Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Shivam Patro.
And Twinkle Jain.
Feel honored to welcome each one of you as your host to MARKCON 2024, a 15th International Conference and Research Consortium in Marketing. Today, it's not just the beginning of MARKCON, it's the commencement of a journey into the realms of sustainable marketing, a conscious consumerism and public policy perspective. As we delve into the 15th International Conference, envision MARKCON as not only an academic forum, but also as a vibrant platform for networking, forging connections, and cultivating robust collaborations. Together, we shall embark on a collective exploration of innovative ideas, insightful discussions, and in pursuit of sustainable solutions. Established in 2001, IBA was conceptualized as a center of excellence in teaching, training, and research in business and management, and has created a niche for itself in the sea of management institutes through the culture it imbibes in its students. IBA is one of the youngest institutes in the country to receive international accreditation from IACBE, that is International Accreditation Council for Business Education, and an approved member of SHIA, USA, which makes IBA one of the first 20 B schools out of 5,000 plus in the country to get an international accreditation in 2013 and re-accredited in 2020. It sets the flagship PGDM course offered at IBA acceptable at a global level for employment in the public as well as the private sector, and this holds good for further education. Happy to share that IBA was chosen as one among the best growing brands 2019 at the Next Brands Brand Vision Summit 2018, and also for the best education brands in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and again in June 2022 by The Economic Times. IBA Bangalore is awarded the most innovative institute in India by AIMS, that is Association of Indian Management Schools, during the 28th National Convention of AIMS held at Ranchi University in 2016. The parameters for the assessment were pedagogy, teaching and learning aid, research, innovative program structure, curriculum, etc. IBA Bangalore has been awarded for consecutive 11 years as a top institute of excellence, and the most recent was in April 2023 by CSR. Indus Business Academy, Bangalore, was chosen as pioneer leader in higher education for the Globe Platinum Awards Asia Pacific, and our founder and chairman, Dr. Manish Jain, as leader for the Global Leadership for Business Excellence 2016 Award. The Globe Platinum Awards was conferred at the World Business Conclave 2016 held in Hong Kong. PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, was the process reviewer along the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India and the Indian Chamber of Hong Kong. IBA continues to stand tall in imparting quality management education to students from different parts of India. We joyfully welcome all of you to our beautiful campus.
An exhilarating morning is made even more exceptional with the esteemed presence of our distinguished guests, the luminaries of our academic galaxy, Dr. V. Kumar, Dr. Mithileshwar Jha, Dr. Subhash Sharma, Dr. Manish Jain, and Dr. Subendu De. Their presence promises to illuminate our minds and elevate today's occasion to new heights. I now invite all these revered dignitaries to grace the stage. Your presence is not just an honor, it's the spark that ignites our collective pursuit of knowledge. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Subendu De to welcome the gathering, but before that, I would like to take the privilege to introduce Subendu De sir to the crowd. Dr. Subendu De, professor and director at IBA, is a highly experienced teacher researcher, and administrator. Professor Dey's interests include subsistence marketplaces with specific references to small and marginal agro-fresh producers and marketing analytics. He works on collaborative research projects with the Indian and foreign academics, NGOs, and social enterprises in India on the projects that are expected to benefit the buyers and the sellers in subsistence marketplaces of India. Dr. Dey has published and presented more than 40 papers in leading national and international journals and national and international conferences. His research articles have been published in leading international journals like the Journal of Macro Marketing, Technological Forecasting of Social Change, Academy of Marketing Studies Journal, Journal of International Business, Education, etc. An advocate of the case-based teaching methodology, Professor Dey has developed more than a dozen of Indian cases apart from conducting multiple workshops on case writing and teaching. His case studies have been published in top international journals and presented at top international conferences. Dr. Dey is also a reviewer of some ABDC and Scopus indexed journals and also approved as a thesis reviewer of Excelsior College, Sydney University, Australia. He has also consulted for some well-known companies from India, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Russia, and Ukraine. Prior to joining IBA, Dr. Dey has been the dean of one of the top colleges in Kolkata and the founding director of one of the colleges in Chennai. With 30 years of experience, Dr. Subendu Dey brings a distinct style of teaching and learning, mostly based on the knowledge in the area of intelligent learning platforms and tools that encourages active learning among students, for which his work has received high appreciation from CRISIL, the pioneering credit rating agency of India. In 2016, the Times of India awarded Dr. Dey with the Edicons Award for his work in building new business school in Chennai. Director Dr. Subendu Dey received the award for innovation in teaching pedagogy by MTC on the 9th of September 2023. Dr. Subendu Dey received the award for Best Research Paper 22-23 by MTC Global on 9th of September 2023. I request Dr. Dey to welcome the gathering.
Good morning. A very happy new year to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, delegates, colleagues, and my dear students. MARKCON started as a flagship marketing conference of IBA in the year 2020. This biennial conference has been created to invite top thinkers in the marketing domain from across the globe for the benefit of all delegates, faculty, and students of IBA. The discussions on MARKCON 2020 revolved around the theme Marketing Ecosystem and Innovations, India and the Globe, and had witnessed the keynote address delivered by Professor Jagdish Seth and had various other knowledge disseminating sessions conducted by well-known academicians from India, USA, Australia, and Austria. The three-day conference witnessed a total of 120 papers being presented, with papers received from India and abroad, including papers received from the US. The pandemic forced us to take a decision of not conducting MARKCON 2022, as we were not keen on conducting such a beautiful knowledge-sharing platform online. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MARKCON 2024, IBA's three-day international conference and research consortium in marketing, starting today. This year, the theme of the conference is Sustainable Marketing, a Conscious Consumerism and Public Policy Perspective. The theme of this year's MARKCON evolved after some serious internal deliberations, and then when we met Professor Mithileshwar Jha more than a year back, the theme got finalized. We sincerely thank you, sir, for the wonderful inputs that this conference has received from you. Each and every time that we have reached out to you, sir. The theme of the conference could not have been more contemporary given the concerns that humankind has been facing for its own survival. Since the Industrial Revolution, humankind, for reasons well known, has systematically eroded what has in the past been a sustainable earth. Sustainability, in very simple terms, can be defined as providing an opportunity to all human beings to live a fulfilling, productive life without causing any damage to the nature. However, the need for development has challenged the practices of sustainability, and the gap between the existing and sustainable practices continued to widen till such time that policymakers woke up to the need for taking drastic measures. A realization therefore dawned on humankind that the assumptions of abundant, seemingly unlimited natural resources and the environment's ability to soak up waste were after all not true. And hence arose the need for all human activities to be aimed at addressing economic concerns while preserving the environmental ecosystem. With governments, policymakers, environmental groups, and businesses starting to work towards addressing environmental concerns, environment, profits, and society were no longer getting considered as separate entities. A holistic thought gave rise to the triple bottom line concept of businesses concurrently working on the economic, environmental, and social values. Under these circumstances, marketing too underwent a transition, shifting towards environmental and social sustainability. Marketers started producing, communicating, and providing economic and social value to customers. This started happening owing to their better understanding of the changing consumer behavior. Consumers too started playing their role in sustainable development by adopting sustainable practices through their purchase behaviors. May I ask you to put down your phone, please? Thank you. The other day, I had the opportunity of reading a story written by the daughter of one of my colleagues. The small kid, Samriddhi, in her story spoke about a village where one day a villager noticed that on plucking the leaves of a particular tree, the leaf turned into pure gold. The news spread in the village like wildfire, and soon enough, villagers thronged the tree and started indiscriminately plucking leaves from the tree. Soon, all the leaves were gone. To the utter surprise of the villagers, the next morning, the tree was full of leaves again. Soon the villagers became very rich and prosperous. In the process of plucking leaves from that special tree, they ignored everything else, and within a short period of time, all the other trees and plants in the village started drying up for want of care and water. And one day, the villagers started facing an acute shortage of basic amenities like food and water. A small girl started watering a plant which still had some life left in it. And realizing their mistake, the villagers started taking care of the trees and plants once again. The tree became green and there was abundance of food like before. For Samriddhi, there may have been a fairy tale ending to her story. For humankind, there may not be. We keep hearing that there is no planet B. More than the planet, it is humankind which is in danger. The concept of sustainability is not new. It gained prominence in the United Nations Brundtland Report in 1987. The report was titled, Our Common Future. 1987, ladies and gentlemen, was a good 37 years ago. The report offered the first official definition of sustainable development as the present generation's ability to fulfill their needs without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. 37 years later, from triple bottom line of profit, planet, and people, or economic, environmental, and social well-being, to the MDGs, to the SDGs, there has been an increased need to undertake sustainable actions, which includes consumerism too. Consciousness has developed even among children like Samriddhi, as much as among governments, policymakers, thinkers, activists, businesses, and consumers. Under these circumstances, sustainable marketing, a conscious consumerism, and public policy perspective is an apt topic for discussion. A galaxy of top management thinkers, policy framers, and practitioners will share their thoughts over a 3-day period from January 4th to 6th, 2024 at this beautiful IBA campus in Bangalore. We are grateful to Professor V. Kumar for accepting our invitation to give the keynote address for MARKCON 2024. May I take this opportunity to request IBA's founder, CEO, and chairman, Professor Manish Jain, to welcome Professor V. Kumar by presenting him with a flower bouquet. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. We would also like to place on record our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Jagdish Seth, who has sent his keynote address, which will be played in this session. We are also grateful to Professor Mithaleshwar Jha for, as I mentioned earlier, in guiding us in the development of this year's conference theme and advising the conference team throughout the last 1 year or more. I request IBA's chief mentor, Professor Subhash Sharma, to welcome Professor Mithaleshwar Jha. Sir. Thank you, sir. While on welcoming the dignitaries, I now request my colleague, Dr. Krishna Kumari, to welcome Professor Manish Jain. My senior colleague, Professor B.M. Gaurish, to welcome Professor Subhash Sharma. Thank you. I once again welcome all of you to some insightful deliberations over the next 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful learning experience, engage in constructive networking, enjoy our hospitality, and have a great time over the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and gracious welcome. Now I request Dr. M.R. Suresh to present a floral bouquet to Dr. Suvendu De.
Thank you, sir. Let us inaugurate this auspicious day by igniting the flame of knowledge within ourselves, symbolizing the commencement of a new journey. This magnificent event is not just an assembly, it's a profound moment that marks the start of something extraordinary. I extend my request to our esteemed dignitaries, a distinguished faculty member, and representatives from both senior and junior batches to grace the dais and join in lighting the ceremonial lamp. As any auspicious journey begins in an atmosphere of purity and tranquility, we turn to the soul-stirring verses of Saraswati Vandana. May I request Ms. Shiparna Sen and Ms. Priya Jha to invoke the goddess Saraswati by chanting Saraswati Vandana. I request everyone not to clap after the Vandana. Thank you. Dr. Subhash Sharma, a renowned management thinker, is known for his groundbreaking theories and concepts. Dr. Subhash Sharma is an IIM Ahmedabad graduate with a PhD from the University of Southern California, USA, for his substantial contribution to management education. Dr. Sharma has received various excellence and achievement honors, including the Innovative Leader Award at the Global Leadership Conference at MICA, Ahmedabad. He was also honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Association of Indian Management Scholars. Dr. Sharma is the author of pioneering publications such as New Ideas in Strategic Thinking and Management, A Knowledge Tree of New Age Mantras, Wisdom and Consciousness from the East, and Management in the New Age, Western Windows and Eastern Doors, among others. Our late chairman, Shri BML Jan, Dr. Manish Jan, and the entire IBA team have drawn inspiration from him. Sir is one of the founding members of IBA and is currently the chief mentor and governing council member of IBA Bangalore. I welcome Dr. Subhash Sharma to speak a few words on this occasion. Please, sir.
Dr. Manish Jan, founder and chairman of IBA, Dr. V. Kumar, Dr. Mithleshwar Jha, Dr. Subhendu De, invited speakers, delegates, dear faculty colleagues, and dear students. So, MARKCON 24, as already mentioned, is on the idea of consciousness and also on the idea of sustainability. So my theme today is marketing in the age of harmonic globalization. When we look around, we find there are basically four forces influencing us. Force of market, force of the state or government, force of people, and force of self, which is also represented by the idea of consciousness. So force of market represents the idea of efficiency. Force of state also represents the idea of equity, the second E, and the force of people represent the idea of, again, the equity and also the idea of equality, ethics, and the force of self represents the idea of ecology. So this is what four forces are also represented by the four E models. And if you present these four forces in a diagram, then you can have x-axis, market on the right side, state on the left side, and then vertical axis, people on the bottom side and self on the top side. So you get a swastika. So sustainability means a balance between these four forces. If you are from Delhi and if you go to Connaught Place, you experience the force of market. If you walk to the Parliament Street and go to the Parliament, you experience the force of the state. If you come to Jantar Mantar and some dharna is going on there, and so you see the force of people. And if you go 200 kilometers to Haridwar, you see the force of self. Now this four forces model can also be represented by our famous symbol, the four lions. The lion on the right side representing the force of market, lion on the left side representing the force of the state, lion looking at front is force of people, and the hidden lion is the force of self. So far the social discourse has been mostly on x-axis, force of market and force of state. The y-axis has been by and large ignored. So this model is a holistic model of sustainability for the society and for the corporate. Now, when we come to globalization, there are three types of globalization. The globalization that ignores the local. Then second is globalization, the global representing or adjusting to the local requirements. And third is the LG model, or from the local to the global. So last 20 years or so, particularly the food industry, for example, when the Pizza Hut, McDonald's and all these came to India, they initially did not have much market. But then they adjusted the taste to local taste, local requirement, and then today you see them spreading almost in every city. The third model is the LG model, local to global. So local products in global market. So that is the basic idea of the third model. Okay. Next. So in globalization context, you have to ask a very simple question. Who is your competitor? So the competitor could be local or global. Similarly, competition from local or competition to local and global. So you get this 2 into 2 matrix, competition from global and competition to global. So that is the global level competition. We can see many multinational corporations there. Competition from global, competition to local. For example, the food products, the pizza giving competition to paratha and like that. So many examples of the food industry are there. Competition from local to global. Yoga, meditation, Indian spirituality. So today they are global level players. Local to local, so that we can understand. Go to any market, you can see the local competition. Can you change next? So here is what I call the Vishwa model of globalization. If you look at the word Vishwa, it has 2 elements, Videshi and Swadeshi. At one point of time, they used to be politically very strong words, but I am not thinking in terms of political terms. I am taking them as analytical categories. Next. So here you get the product market matrix of the Vishwa. So product is Videshi, market is also Videshi, so that is the one combination. Product is Videshi, market is Swadeshi. Like I gave the example of food products, the Pepsi, Coca-Cola and all that, so they belong to this category. Product is Swadeshi, market is Videshi. I gave the example of yoga, meditation, Indian spirituality. And product is Swadeshi and market is also Swadeshi, so there are many examples of that. Now another important dimension is, and this is particularly important from the marketing point of view, what is your natural strategic advantage? So here I draw upon from Arthashastra, a dog on land drags a crocodile, and a crocodile in water drags a dog. So on land, dog has a natural strategic advantage, and in water, crocodile has a natural strategic advantage. By day, a crow kills an owl, and by night, an owl kills a crow. So during day, crow has an advantage, during night, owl has an advantage. So when Americans are sleeping, Indian IT industry is making money. So that I think is one of the best examples of the... Now, there is another important idea, acquired strategic advantage. So today you may not have the strategic advantage, but you can acquire, make efforts to acquire that. So which are the industries in which India has got the natural and acquired strategic advantage? So you will find many of them. Agriculture, Indian tea, Indian coffee, Indian spices, Ayurvedic products, handloom. So these are all the natural strategic advantage of various industries in India. Acquired, today it is higher education, IT industry, space industry, mining, and so on and so forth. So when you look at the idea of strengthening the natural strategic advantage, so what should be the direction of the policy making? How do we strengthen the natural strategic advantage, and how do we overcome the weaknesses? Next. Next, is it anything? Is it? Okay. So when we look at our Prime Minister Narendra Modi's idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat, so we can see the reflection of these ideas. The whole idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat is to strengthen the strengths and overcome the weaknesses, and thereby achieve the 5 trillion economy model of and become an advanced and developed country. So thank you very much, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your insightful words that have not only enlightened our minds, but also set a tone for the intellectual fest that awaits us. Dr. Mithileshwar Jha, a distinguished professor of marketing, currently retired, hails from Karnataka, India. With a notable career at the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, he has left a lasting impact on the field of marketing. With several decades of dedicated service, he has contributed significantly to the field of academics. Dr. Mithileshwar Jha holds a significant association with the esteemed Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, which is reflected in his educational background. This connection with IIMA indicates a foundation in academic excellence and a commitment to the highest standards of learning. As a professor at IIMB, Dr. Mithileshwar Jha has demonstrated his expertise in the field of marketing. Dr. Mithileshwar Jha's skills encompass a wide range with a strong emphasis on higher education and e-learning. Dr. Mithileshwar Jha emerges as a seasoned academician, recognized for his contributions to marketing education and admired for his integrity and commitment to the academic community. His network, skills, and recommendations stand as a testament to his significant and enduring impact in the realm of higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an immense pleasure to have with us today a luminary in the field of marketing, a distinguished scholar, mentor, and a visionary, Dr. Mithileshwar Jha. I invite Dr. Jha to share a few words on this special occasion to provide us with the unique perspective and guide us through the integrate theme of the conference. Please, sir.
Dignitaries in the audience, faculty members of IBA and other institutions, research scholars, and my dear students. As she said few words, I will just share two stories with you, and in the process I will try to expand the scope of sustainable marketing. See, courtesy my teachers, and I would name, there was a gentleman, he is no longer alive, Dr. Subhash Mehta in Ahmedabad. And lots of people claim pioneer advantage. I don't claim that, but I was told and not verified. So researchers should take it with a word of caution. He had designed a course on social marketing. This year was 1981. We were doctoral students. Ahmedabad had a very robust system of introducing new courses. You need to have full course outline with details of readings, assignments, outcomes and all that. You need to have minimum 85% of the material ready. And then a committee of colleagues, which was the new courses committee, will vet it and suggest whether you can offer it for the postgraduate program or not. This gentleman, who was quite influential in the faculty at that time, he was denied this privilege of launching this course, despite meeting almost all the requirements. So he requested two of us from doctoral program that will you like to be the guinea pigs? And we readily agreed. And I'm just mentioning a little bit of things which today people take it for granted. He had worked on cases like, today we take PIN codes as granted. PIN codes had to be marketed in this country. And fortunately, these things started in late 70s, so there was a case on PIN codes marketing. But what I'm going to share with you, and which is my definition of sustainable marketing, I also had interest in rural marketing because I have a background in that. I taught that course in IMB, partly in Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and enjoyed teaching that. In all these courses, we used to talk about sustainability in a slightly different way compared to what came in SDG and others. My way of looking at sustainability, I am demonstrating through a story of one of the cases and one reading material that Dr. Subhash Mehta had circulated to us. 77, Janta government came to power, and one of the decisions that this government took was that from a particular day, either 1st of April, and not Fool's Day kind of a thing, it was a firm decision of the government. 78, helmet wearing will be made mandatory in this country, all over the country. And 1 year time was, or slightly less than a year, was given to the industry to be ready for this. This marketing professor wrote a wonderful piece in Economic Times and how public policy can be impacted. I'm using this as an example. Simply using the concept of stock and flow, which economists use it at back of the envelope kind of a thing. He demonstrated to all so-called knowledgeable people and not so knowledgeable people in this country that at that time, roughly from memory I'm saying and quoting a rough figure, suppose the stock of two-wheelers was 2 million, flow was just 2 lakhs. So he said that, look, requirement will be 22 lakh helmets will be required from next year on a particular day. So for this whole year, either you have to import helmets or capacities have to be created for which there will be no demand, because subsequent demand will be only on flow basis. Does it make sense? Number two, simultaneously there was a PhD thesis which happened in Ahmedabad just before this event had happened. Context was helmet wearing, but it used a theoretical frame of theory of planned behavior. And very interesting, again from memory I am saying because I had the privilege of reviewing that thesis as a student in the PhD program. Many people were saying, moment I move around with a helmet, my status gets confirmed. And in government offices, I get treated in a different manner. So why should I wear helmet? Some people said, I will go bald. I am not married. I may not get married. Some people had stated, I will rather die in an accident than live a cripple because it will only protect my head. My body in any case will get incapacitated. All kinds of things had come. Basic notion which came from this article was, this was an advice to the industry, please redesign scooters where there is a space for keeping helmets. There was advice to government, do not rush into making it compulsory. I developed a firm notion in this country that when government doesn't want to act, it enacts. Because the moment you have a law, everybody feels happy that now there is a law, right? Recent truckers' strike is one of the examples of this. That you enact in a particular manner, you clap, and then people sleep. Enforcement agencies have field day in collecting their own share of whatever resources you call it, right? Basically what it articulated was people need to be educated, industry needs to come out with innovative designs, and my learning on sustainable marketing or sustainable management began from there. That sustainability is not only to do with environment, but taking actions which are stable, which are viable in long term, and it meets the requirements of all stakeholders, not just customers. And having taught marketing for roughly 3.5 decades, I had a realization halfway through, like Muhammad Yunus. Dr. Muhammad Yunus, I was listening to in one of his YouTube speeches long time back, and he made a beautiful statement which he repeated in his books and later articles, that after practicing economics for 18 years, he realized that he was preaching false economics because of his personal experience in lending to his sharecropper in Bangladesh, and then whole of this microfinance kind of a revolution happened. I also realized that in our country, and I am a proud Indian, mind you, nobody should call me international, okay? And being a proud Indian, I have a right to critique my own countrymen and my own fraternity. Problem that I have seen in our fraternity is what we say and what we do many a times are quite divergent. So I call it elephant tusk syndrome in our culture. Elephant has one set of tusks for demonstration, another set for actual consumption. I have seen, and people glorify it. See, my problem with marketing is that I am a firm student of marketing and I will remain so till I go up. But my problem with marketing, which I shared with Professor Philip Kotler, he partly agreed. Unfortunately, during 69-71, market orientation, customer orientation, in my understanding, came as a defense mechanism out of marketing practitioners and academicians, because we were receiving lots of brickbats from several sociologists and others that marketing is destroying the world, we are pickpockets, we make promises which we never fulfill. All kinds of negative sales practices were highlighted, I think. So as a defense mechanism, we say customer is king or queen. Now, 44 years of learning of marketing, I'm still finding where did I see a king or queen in customer? Was I ever treated as a king or queen? And I don't want to be treated as a king and queen. It's a stakeholder game. Multiple stakeholders are there. We have to realize and we have to be realistic. And that's part of sustainability as I see it. Companies have to be profitable if they have to grow. Suppliers, distributors have to be profitable if they have to remain in business. Customers have to live with harmony. Customers have to be healthy. I do not wish anybody prosperity for the last 10 years. I wish Happy New Year, remain healthy, enjoy joyful next year. So, my basic submission is, yes, nature is being depleted, so development without decay is part of the sustainable management or sustainable marketing. Number two, sustainability means viability. That's my second point. Third point I'm saying is, customer is king is a myth. My also understanding I wanted to share that when we say customer knows, my learning is no. In many cases, we do not know what is good for us. So somebody has to frame rules. It looks dangerous. Who frames that rule? Who gets that right to control our behavior? But somewhere conscious consumerism, when we talk about, one of the best definitions of consumerism that I came across is, to marketers, consumerism is about consumer protection. That's what I learned in my earlier student days. And the best definition of consumerism that I read was, worm's eye view of the bird. So business was seen as a predatory bird, and we as consumers were seen by this scholar as a worm. Now, those notions need to be removed. We need to live in harmony with each other, with society, and with nature. That's how I define sustainable marketing. And last thing that I wanted to share in this context, and I'm eager to listen to distinguished scholars like Dr. V. Kumar and Jagdish's address. Let's leave the hype. We are seeing the decay in front of us. We are talking about enlightened self-interest, not just self-interest, of all concerned. And moment that comes to fore, I think many of our behaviors will not be short-term focused. We need to look at three terms, that's short-term, medium-term, long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us to the intricacies of the conference theme. Your insights have added depth and perspective to our understanding and marking this event all the more enriching. Today, on this auspicious day, we have Dr. V. Kumar among us, who is a keynote address. Dr. V. Kumar is a highly esteemed professor of marketing, currently holding the Goodness Academic Industry Partnership Professorship at the Goodman School of Business, Brock University, Canada. With a rich academic background, Dr. Kumar previously served as the Salvatore Ziza Professor of Marketing at the Tobin College of Business, St. John University, New York, USA. In recognition of his academic prowess, Dr. Kumar has held several distinguished positions globally, including the prestigious Changshang Scholar at Hearst, China, and the Hagler Fellow at Texas A&M University, USA. Notably, he has been honored as a legend in the marketing through the 10-volume Legends in Marketing series published by Sage Publications, a testament to his influential contributions to the field. Dr. Kumar's scholarly impact is extensive, marked by over 300 published papers in reputable journals and the authorship of more than 30 books. His outstanding achievements have been acknowledged through over 20 Lifetime Achievement Awards and over 25 Research and Teaching Excellence Awards. Adding to his illustrious career, Dr. Kumar has played pivotal editorial roles, serving as the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Marketing from 2014 to 2018. Currently, he holds the significant editorial positions, including the Department Editor of POM and Consulting Editor of JIBS. Beyond academia, Dr. Kumar's influence extends to the corporate world, where his ideas and models have been implemented by global Fortune 500 firms. The practical application of his research has resulted in substantial gains amounting to multi-billion-dollar for these companies. Dr. V. Kumar stands as a luminary in the field of marketing with a legacy marked by profound academic contributions, editorial leadership, and transformative impact on industry practices. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. V. Kumar to the podium for what is sure to be a thought-provoking and enlightening keynote address. Please, sir.
Hi, good morning to all of you. Got to say good morning. Yeah. I don't like to stand in one place, but I asked for a mic, lapel mic, but they're saying I have to put it on my head. I look like an alien as I walk, so just I'll try to walk around. If I speak from here, can the last two people listen? Understand? Yes, or I'll just take this one. Hello? Yeah. This is much better also. Thank you. It's a great honor to be in front of these people. I mean, like just everybody who spoke to me, I'm listening to them, the theories they are mentioning, the concepts they are saying, they're so profound. We grew up learning those concepts, and today it's just serendipity, I would say, that for me to be here and give a talk on these two topics, which are incidentally the newest topics in my research portfolio, climate change and sustainability. And it all came because every research that I've done in multiple areas, which some of you will, if you're here tomorrow, you will get to hear the journey that I took where I map out the research areas. But just to tell you about this too, it came as a necessity in terms of the research. So if I have to focus on this in the next 30 minutes, what is climate change and how sustainability can address this climate change? Okay, so do you all know exactly what climate change is? You would just say it's getting hotter, it's getting nastier, but here is a formal definition that we have. Climate change refers to a shift in the climate pattern mainly caused by the greenhouse gas emissions. Who is causing that? Part of it is what we do. Part of it is the natural system. And then if you look at how does it affect, it can only affect negatively. All walks of life. If you clearly look at it, it says food, shelter, economic availability, and so on. So you have this climate change creating acute risk. So what is this risk doing? Does it affect selectively some industries or all industries? And we say that it is affecting just not only the production process, but every physical asset. So how do we now address this challenge? It is inevitable. So we have two studies that I will present briefly, and you can read. Both of them are forthcoming. The first one is about climate change risk, sustainability, and luxury branding. All of you, I'm going to ask some questions to you on this. And the second study is that managing climate change risks and creating stakeholders' value. We heard the previous two luminaries speaking about just not maximizing firms' profit, but stakeholder well-being is necessary. And I have here with Dr. Shafali Gupta from MICON, who co-authored this paper also with us here. So if you go to the first study, let's take luxury branding. All the students, you can just answer, okay? I don't have much time, but why do you buy, why do you buy a Gucci or a Prada or a Louis Vuitton? All of you, those of you who are sleeping, please wake up. Yeah. Why do you buy Gucci or Prada or Louis Vuitton? Why? Just raise your hand and say, you're going to get extra points in the class. Go for it. Yeah. Social status. Okay. Any other reason? Any woman, girl, is quality? Okay. So you have social status, you have quality. That's why you buy luxury branding. So if I replace Gucci leather bag with Gucci synthetic leather and say that this quality is as good, it's as durable or even more durable, would you just buy that as a luxury brand? Sir, social status. If I switch actual leather with synthetic leather, would you then buy Gucci bag or a Prada bag saying that it has got social status? Because real leather is gone. You can't smell the real leather anymore. So you buy because of the brand. Will the brand retain that status if they do away with the leather and bring synthetic leather? How many of you feel that the brand will lose its status if they go from high quality products? Raise your hand. I see a lot of hands going up. How many of you think brands will still retain? Equal number of hands going up. So you now know the need for a study like this. Now, here is where we were approached by these luxury brands and saying, help us understand what should we do. And so here is the luxury brand industry. I'm just flashing all these things. The information there in the slide basically says that in luxury branding, there is an end consumer, but there is a retailer, distributor who sells all these luxury products. So if they are going to do that, would they accept to distribute these products? Would they first agree that they are still luxury brands? So what are the drivers of a B2B luxury brands, like buyers? What is their perception of the drivers of these luxury brands? So, we had all the definitions given, and our earlier speakers spoke fantastic, saying that sustainability in simple form, you live happily, but don't destroy your future generation. That's all. Layman's definition. You have this. If you look at this introduction, 35 years ago, this report was done, Brundtland report, which basically said only one thing, that the importance of the sustainability for future prosperity. And if you look at the integration of sustainability with luxury products, we are staying in a hotel called Taj. I went to the bathroom there and I opened the toothpaste, the comb, tear it apart, the paper, and I see a wooden comb and a wooden toothbrush. One way to think about it is, come on, how can I comb my hair with a wooden comb? I mean, I can't, none of this, especially I have now long hair, it's just not working. So what do? The other aspect is that how long I can keep saying that this is the way I should be combing. Why can't I take this comb? Because they're all wood, sustainable. Now, Taj is a luxury brand. And if they are using these products, so can brand using sustainable products, is it synonymous with luxury?
Yeah, it would advance. So I need Mike. I can continue to talk. The fact is that, all this time you have this mic. So I don't think it's working. But
It's working. It's working for camera.
oh, for camera.
Yeah.
You're selfish. Yeah, I want to take the whole audience. Okay, so go.
Hello? Yeah, just come back again. So what we want to ask was that when as is synonymous, what are the drivers here? There are three drivers that you see, three questions in the study. What are the key drivers that can influence this B2B bias acceptance of sustainable materials? And the second is how can luxury brands in the B2B sector effectively blend
sustainability? Is it that everybody now follows this? This is what it is. So we all have glass bottles here. And if you do away with plastic, does that mean that we are embracing sustainability? And in doing so, what are the challenges that we face? And it's very difficult to do it. I'm telling you, it's not easy. And I'll give you examples of these factors. So if you look at this model, of course, any product you want to market, basic marketing says that there is brand-related, product-related, country-related, consumer-related, and so on. So you have these factors that will affect the buying behavior, but then there is this climate change risk. So why these factors? Are we just throwing like a factors in the kitchen sink, or is there a theory behind it? And because this research in this area is scant and difficult, you look at the theories that guide this. Here is where we introduce something called theory synthesis method. What this does is, this is an amalgamation of multiple theories. So for brand-related factors, again, we heard from our previous speaker about triple bottom line. Dr. Day mentioned the resource-based view and so on, dynamic capabilities. They just tell us what the brand can do for us. So suppose even in a Taj hotel that you're staying, something goes wrong, how fast they can do. Example was yesterday, they gave me a room in a floor, third floor. As soon as I stepped in, it was full of smoke. I said, I don't smoke, one. I'm allergic to smoke, two. And there is no way that you can put me in three saying that it's a non-smoking. So immediately the manager came through and then put me in the fifth floor where there was no smoke. So I told them, if you know already there when I tell, why couldn't you just go yourself and see for yourself to feel it? And that's where there was some education. You're a brand, so you really need to be cognizant of that. So product-related factors, again, we drew on perceived quality. This is one of the aspects that I mentioned to them. And then if you look at market-related factors, we have Porter's 5 forces, threat of new entry, threat of new substitution, and competitor force, and buyer power, supplier power. You have these 5 forces that are there. And then if you look at few other factors, and the only reason I'm bringing these factors is to tell you that don't build a model just saying that these are the factors. You need to back it up with conceptual arguments which should be stronger or emanating from theories. So if you look at consumer-related factors, again we heard this theory of planned, from Dr. Jha. So theory of planned behavior. It just like attitudes, drive, actions, beliefs. And then country-related factors, institutional theory. And for those of you, what is institutional theory is nothing but it says no economic forces alone dominate the performance in a country. It's a cultural aspect. And then you have moderating role, you have elaboration likelihood model as one of them, where whenever you see a cue, it is just not the main way you react, even there is peripheral way you react. And so you have all these strong theories, and then it just gives a strong foundation for us to focus on B2B buyer branding. And you all mentioned, I asked you what luxury brand stands for. Often signals higher quality and social status. So both of you were absolutely on the money. So I'm going to challenge you by asking you that if I show you this example, can a brand not use real raw materials that they were using, use some kind of substitute, and still position themselves as a luxury brand? Okay, so we have this study. Our goal is to address both the theory and the practical aspect of it. It's just not for publication. The way I do research is rigor and relevance go together. Somebody has to buy into this research and then say that this is the way it works. So let's go through examples. So far I've spoken about theory and the concept. Here is my favorite, Stella McCartney brand. It's a luxury brand, Paul McCartney's daughter. And so they use what? Faux vegan leather grown from a mushroom plant. The leather that they use here is from a mushroom plant. I'm allergic to mushroom. I'm even afraid to touch this bag. That's my ignorance. Okay, but this is what they are making, polishing it, removing all the allergic things, and luxury fashion can have something beyond leather. And they are showing, this is like early adopters. They're the few, still Gucci, Prada and all sticking with leather. But here is an early adopter. Will this survive? Will this die? That's the question. Because if everybody else sticking to leather, yes,
not done. But because Taj is giving me, wooden comb, I accepted that yes, this might be the latest trend, or this might be the latest research, and for sustainability, they might be doing this.
So if luxury brands take the lead and do it, will there be followers to that? If Taj alone is doing it, Oberoi is not doing it, Marriott is not doing it, then what happens? Is what the question asked by the early adopters of sustainable materials.
But that happens with all the changes.
No, yes, but in luxury, will the consumers accept? So it's a pull and a push situation. So I'm just presenting the problem. Why this is all the more important, I'll tell you. You know the luxury market in India? China was dominating. Today, India is going to dominate. In 2021, it was 2.5 billion luxury market. In 2023, 8.5 billion is the sales of luxury products in India. In 2030, the four big accounting firms have projected it to be 85 billion. 8.5 to 85 billion is the total sales of luxury products. If India is going to be leapfrogging in sales, would Indian buyers accept these substitutes as luxury? Why they want these luxury products? Because social status and high quality you mentioned. But now the Gen X and Gen Z, what are they asking? Which many of you are here. What do they want? What do you want in luxury products? Basically, what do you want in luxury products, the study says, is that rather than owning a Rolls Royce, rather than owning a Tesla, rather than going on a vacation or a big home, I just want to have a nice handbag. I want to have something that is sustainable, that I can symbolize saying I'm protecting the environment. I'm going to take cloth bags to the store. So this is what Gen X, Gen Y is seeing. What are some regulation-driven sustainability in the B2B? This is fantastic. Here are the studies. Here is Marriott is a company. It's a luxury shipbuilding. What they do is the materials that they put in the ship, the products that they use in the ship, are sustainable materials, no wastage especially to the sea, and also like when people throw objects into the sea, no wastage, and above all, it's lighter weight, it's more expensive, lighter weight, less fuel consumption, less greenhouse emissions. So this is something that they took the leapfrog, and based on regulation, they are subscribing to the regulation driven. Then niche markets, if you say sustainable luxury, travel industry. When you book by Airbnb, equivalent of that in India or wherever, to book an accommodation, and if they say that, well, we have, it's all like electric house, there is no key, you just need to go punch some numbers, go in, everything is all activated, no power use, it's all solar panel, but it will cost you 10% more, 20% more to rent this place. And they position this as luxury brand rather than saying that you're protecting the economy, and immediately people follow that. So again, here is a niche market. So that's what, as Mr. Jain was saying, it is very important for luxury brands to take the lead in sustainable materials, rather than asking us the question, will sustainable materials, use of sustainable materials, preserve the name of luxury brands? This is not resolved yet. This is something that is going to go on. And in terms of the 4 ways to deal with that, I have put in the 4 major topics here. I have to be cognizant of time also. But one thing you have to look at it here is research and development for sustainable luxury in B2B markets. Here is where now we want companies to really focus and put a lot more efforts in recruiting the right kind of people, right kind of mindset to even work in the R&D department. You have steel, which is very durable, but the production of steel causes a lot of emissions. So what is the best way to use a substitute material that is still valuable? So this is one slide that you should just remember. Answer to the question, how can we help luxury brands? The conditions under which sustainable materials can be considered as a source of luxury in B2B market is one is if its quality and performance holds good even after switching to sustainable materials. If its positioning and communication stands tall, nothing changes. Like how bold Taj is saying that I'm using this, and then market demand and buyer preferences. Here is where the pull strategy comes in. The buyer says, I want sustainable material products. Like Tesla took a leapfrog of producing electric cars. It was highly pricey, but it saves the planet in terms of no emissions at all, no engine, no repairs, no oil spill, nothing in oil change. So you have this, and then finally you have regulatory, environment, and industry norms, where we say in Scandinavian countries, they give you free charging stations for it if you buy an electric vehicle and charge. So here is one way. Then briefly in the second study, in terms of the earlier speaker spoke about stakeholder well-being. And if you look at all these reports, they are just saying one thing, be it Deloitte, be it McKinsey, be it Forbes, that anytime you, in response to a climate change, you act, you're going to lose out. You need to make a sacrifice. There will be an example that I'll share with you, which is ExxonMobil and Shell. What business they are in? They are in producing oil and gas. But they both produce oil and gas in 2 different ways. What are the 2 different ways? Students, any idea what are the 2 different ways? You will see that here. How B2B firms can generate stakeholders' value through managing climate risk. If you look at this simple, the top part says that, okay, California is besieged with wildfire, hotter temperatures, flooding, all of this. So what is that doing? It is destroying autos, cars, and homes. As a result, the insurance companies have said, we are not going to insure any cars or homes in California. Then who is going to insure? It falls on the government's responsibility to do that. So can sustainable practices be adopted and adapted in car manufacturing and the home building sector? So would cars withstand some of these disasters? So if you look at electric vehicles is an option where you don't have to use the fuel and no gas, no emissions, lower the insurance premium. And then because you have a tank filled with gas and the car rolls over, the first thing that happens is it catches fire. Whereas in an electric car, that doesn't happen. So rather than using wood in construction houses, what kind of sustainable materials can we use so that the insurance costs can go down? And then if you look at the motivation for this, here are the 2 examples I told you. ExxonMobil, the biggest oil company, has been reported for unsustainable practices because they use high carbon dioxide emissions Southeast Asia leading to negative publicity, whereas Shell sustainability mission turned 50% of its revenue from non-fossil fuels, like they use other forms. So wind power, solar power. So can we, when you contrast these two big giants in the oil, one has decided to pursue the path of sustainability, the other one not. So what should you, the young minds that growing up now, profit or sustainability? And my answer would be both. You know, you can get both, and that is where we want, because if you just focus on sustainability, you won't exist. And if you focus on profit, you're destroying the planet. So how do we get both of them happening? And that's where this study comes in, you know, where we say that according to Forbes, we say, First Solar, Enphase, and Tesla, they all have adopted sustainability practices and are growing tremendously. You see the percentage growth. It is possible for us to grow like this. So we need to come up with strategies, which is decarbonization related sustainability objectives. Harley Davidson, the biggest gas guzzler, is now moving in for survival into EV motorcycles, electric vehicle motorcycles. The brand identity, they are worried, will they lose it? Why people drive Harley Davidson? I drive Harley Davidson because I sit on it and I love the sound it makes. And then everybody in my neighborhood comes out and says, VK is driving his Harley Davidson. I'm just making it up. I drive Harley Davidson for fun, but not to create havoc in the community. But people do. So what is the alternative now? You know, if that feeling is gone for Harley Davidson, can they survive and still be the cult brand that who they were before? And if you look at how we did the study in 5 different countries, you know, we talked to various industry clients, various industry managers of B2B firms to understand 2 things. You know, what are the 2 things that we want to understand? The first is that is climate change something bothering you? And the answer is, of course, yes. Then what do you want to do? Help us. What should we do? We see some of our competitors already doing it. And how do we follow the bandwagon of that? And second is, how do we nurture sustainability culture within the organization? You know, how we do that. So it starts with employees within the organization following it and then going into consumers. And most companies are now integrating net zero objectives into their visions. You know, so in California by 2035, they've said no more gasoline cars, only electric vehicles. But they have said it. There's another beautiful example given by our earlier speaker. Everybody should wear a helmet. And he said, like, there are 22 lakhs needed, but who is going to produce them? So enact laws such that it's feasible. The same thing here. How collectively everybody now gives up on what they are doing and adopting this practice. And then fourth and fifth basically talks about the value chain partners, which is where the stakeholders come in a handy manner. So if you look at the framework that is adopted in this paper, it's very simple but profound, which is how companies react to climate change risks. And if you look at that, their positioning strategy, do they change their positioning strategy or they just change their communication strategy? You know, still they're a luxury brand, but they're communicating that luxury is sustainability. And then as a result, do customers engage directly, meaning buying and the products and services, and indirect, whether they are able to recommend these products and services to others, which ultimately results in stakeholders' value or well-being. So you have these factors here also, firm, country, customer, all of these factors going into, but this brand strategy is very unique. What can a brand do? A brand can do 2 things for you. It can create value for you, and it can appropriate value, which is what is value creation and value appropriation in terms of this. So I'll go to this in the next 2 minutes, finish it. Value creation also is something that we say is a continuous set of firms' actions in collaboration with stakeholders that creates value for everyone in the network. And another one, value appropriation, is just now we have created value. How do we communicate that? So typically, a measure of value appropriation is how much the company is spending in marketing and advertising. As typically a measure of value creation is how much the company is spending in R&D or number of patents granted and so on. So if you have this as a value creation, value appropriation process, then this response strategy matrix that we have here for value creation, I don't know why that is getting cut out, and direct effect, we give the firms specific guidance here. If you want more people to buy, the value chain is going to affect directly, then what should you do in terms of, I don't know if there is a laser here, inclusion, if firms adopt top-down, bottom-up approaches to create triple bottom line, sustainable products, I'm not going to read it, but the point here is that both these studies are forthcoming, and if any of you are interested, I can share the copy. But in this response strategy matrix, what you should understand is that whether you're going to directly affect the value chain or indirectly affect the value chain, both value creation and value appropriation can provide relevant guidance. Let's take communication here, indirect effect, sensitize and value appropriation. Here we say the stakeholders about the climate change risk and the firm's environmental sustainability related vision. All that we are saying is that you're an insurance company. You are now telling your customers who have insured with you for 25 years, I'm not going to insure you anymore. Why? What is the reason you're going to tell me? I'm going to become bankrupt by paying you? That will come across as a mean reason. So what can firm do to sensitize this segment? To say that, look, we also live in that state. Our workers also live. Employees live in that state. All of us are facing this disaster, repeated disaster of losing homes to fire, water, earthquake. So we have to come up with an alternative measure. Build a better home with sustainable materials. You do that, we will insure you. Your insurance costs will go down. So this process has now started. But again, we don't want any political parties to interfere with this, because strongly we believe in the US, one party still not getting rid of fossil fuels. The other party is saying it's about time, we need to protect the planet. So the consumers have to decide in the next election what's going to happen. But what we can do as consumers is to protect the planet by looking at, be it luxury, be it everyday product. We need to embrace sustainability. Otherwise, we cannot control climate change right now. The damage is being done. But we can prevent at least as much as possible. One simple indicator. I land in Chennai, first thing I do is, what is the temperature? Beautiful indicator is given. This year, on the average, it is 5 degrees warmer than any of the past years' total average. That is scary. We will all be burning in few years. So that is what I want to say to you, and just sensitize you to the fact that you should embrace. And this campus, expressing consciousness, sustainability is phenomenal, and it is the right place for us to present our research and make you aware of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Excuse me, sir. Can I have one question? Yeah, this side, right side, left side of yours. Well, sir, when we're expressing about the wooden comb and the wooden brush, yes, nowadays we have been seeing in the hotel, is it a trend or whatever? But sir, do you really think, I felt that, wooden comb can lead towards unsustainability, or it may be a threat for, because as we are going to chop the trees. So what's message should go to the producer for this?
Audience, how do I respond to this? Even for wood, where does the wood come from? Chopping trees, felling trees. So is that okay to cut a tree and then produce products out of wood to protect plastic, not use plastics? Yes, sir. So you're saying that, so I'll give you an analogy for this. You know, luxury, we talked about it, isn't it? Correct. Yes. So, so I'm going to, yes sir, one second. I'll give an analogy to that and I'll come to you, sir. You all like diamonds, isn't it? You know, I love diamonds. How many of you here doesn't like diamonds? Anybody here, single soul? You all like diamonds. How do you get diamonds? Years and years of pressure, carbonized materials. When they're pressured, over years, you see diamond. And now today, there is a lot of conflict diamonds and blood diamonds. So still, we want diamonds, and we want to be sustainable. Have you all seen the lab-grown diamonds? There is no difference between that and the real diamonds. And lab-grown diamonds are not artificial diamonds. They are like real carbon, pressurized in an environment inside the lab to mimic diamonds. They are as good as any diamond. So is there a resistance to buying lab-grown diamonds? Should we declare it as lab-grown diamonds? Because there is no difference. It is a regular diamond. It is from the same carbon. Yes, sir. Please. Yes.
But they are the same, actually. It is the same carbon pressure.
People don't like.
I agree. So how can then we embrace sustainability? Yes, sir. Like.
I had a point to say that regarding growing. I think when we look at Europe and part of US, etc., you know, for they are growing planned wood to make use of for waste papers. Because paper comes out of wood at the end of the day. They plan it very well in advance that, okay, plant trees first, and whatever consumption is required, you are planting to that extent. I think this philosophy is already there in some part of the world. I was just thinking whether it can be extended. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so what you said is one word is planned action. Is very much is the guiding force for all of us. But again, if our knowledgeable person here says people will reject lab-grown diamonds because they are real diamonds. Yes. Yeah.
So this is exactly what we are proposing in our study, which Professor Kumar has just talked about, value appropriation. So in value appropriation, we say that when there is a cascading effect or when there is a direct effect, we can always start as a firm to sensitize the consumers about making the changes in their lifestyle and also the acceptance. So the consumer, if they are being educated well, that the brand strategies and the branding and the advertisements are being done in such a way that the consumers can be aware of both the things, the consumption and as well as the post-consumption phenomena related to that, that will make the difference. And that's where the conscious consumerism comes in. So in fact, the luxury consumers are coming on those grounds where they are ready to accept that it is fine not to use leather, but still you are paying the luxury amount to buy a bag which is probably made out of a mushroom.
May I add a point?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So one of the things by which we can ensure is that by celebrity endorsements. You take the case of tennis rackets. There was a time when people went in for Slazenger tennis rackets with wooden handles.
Yeah.
Today, I don't think any of the tennis players use that. And similarly, there are other examples where, I don't want to get into specifics, but where people have shifted their behavior. There was a time people said that using charcoal was considered as for dental hygiene was considered inappropriate in India. But today you have celebrity endorsements talking about charcoal-based toothpaste and things like that. So one way of handling this artificial diamond situation is that by having celebrity endorsements, endorsing.
Yeah, and the fact you're using artificial diamonds, it's not artificial, it's diamonds.
Yeah, lab diamonds.
It's diamonds only. It is just that you can, why wait 10,000 years, 1,000 years for a natural compression? Lab can induce the same compression and get diamonds right away. That's the thing. Yes, sir. You want?
I think it's more about educating the customers.
Yeah, that is what she was saying about value appropriation, is communicating the value of it and doing it. We have set a path, we know the brands that are doing it, but the question is, should luxury brands alone do it or every brand should be doing it?
So they set up the path and then gradually everyone starts.
I'll tell you the challenge is it's more expensive to follow the sustainable path. And many businesses fear they'll go out of business. And that is where the difficulty is. I'll come 1 second, sir.
Yeah, sir, actually we should popularize lab-grown diamonds, no problem, as an alternative to natural diamond, but we should not keep our consumers in dark that they are as good as natural diamond. We should declare them as lab-grown diamonds.
So when you produce a product, do we disclose how it is produced? Like when you get smoothie in Tetra Pak, they just say ingredients, isn't it? So is there a responsibility on the manufacturers to divulge the process of manufacturing? Why do you feel strongly that it should be, they should tell? Nobody discloses the process of manufacturing. They just say it is manufactured and these are the ingredients. There is no other cheating. They are the same materials. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just saying, yes, that is just.
Two questions. One is recently I think some articles came questioning the sustainability of EVs, particularly nickel cadmium battery production process and all that. And this dispute goes on. How sustainable is so-called sustainable? Now, basic question I'm asking is, what is seen as sustainable today may not, because technology is changing very fast. So somebody is saying hydrogen cell, something else will take over, that's a much more cleaner kind of a thing. Now, in that system, for a business to make investment and sustain, what kinds of strategies companies are looking at, that's one. Second part, just is a comment and a question. See, luxury customer we are taking as a homogeneous segment. In my understanding, there are multiple segments. Very briefly, this was a student project my students did about 15 years back in UV City here. And we found that roughly 45% of buyers of luxury brands had no clue what this brand stands for. These were basically pretenders, 45% plus in that category. So different segments of these customers will have different notion about these changes.
Yeah.
So
that is always given heterogeneity.
now, how do you take care of that in the research? That's
Yeah, the problem is company can only use one product. See, heterogeneity of preferences exists among consumers, but Louis Vuitton cannot say, okay, for pretenders, I'm making out of this material. For a real buyers, quality conscious, they cannot change that. They have to stand for only one positioning. Because you cannot, if you have multiple positioning, then it confuses the consumer. Every brand. Today, in this world, I challenge every time my students or any audience, is there a brand in this world that is positioned both as a luxury brand as well as an entry-level brand? And the people will say that, oh, there is Samsung. They say Samsung is positioned as a value brand. Because they position themselves as a value brand, they are able to sell a $300,000 television, 8K, and $350 television also.
Let me give you, I think that's an answer. See, I had a debate with people from Volvo cars I'm talking about, who, when they had just launched, and they were not successful. They were selling some 30, 35 vehicles, 60 vehicles, first 2-3 years. What they were trying to sell to Indians was luxury. But Volvo, for those who knew Volvo in this country, was safety, right? And my contention to them was, it was no consulting, it was informal conversation, that safety people take for granted in a luxury car. But you are deeply ingrained as a safety car. That's why Indians who can afford you, and you are expensive, they have managed to convince Indians that they are both luxury and safety.
Correct.
So straddle position.
No, but there's not different positioning. Safety is not compromising luxury. Luxury is the positioning. Volvo, because of its strategy, it's
Volvo considered a luxury car in North America.
But you are saying it's luxury here in India, isn't it?
Yes,
It's
they
positioned.
marketed luxury.
In a different market. That is different story. Like Hyundai. can never be considered as a luxury brand in the US. But in India, people are saying that, oh, Hyundai is phenomenal car. We love it, and they're investing money in higher-end cars. So market to market, that can differ. But I'm talking about within a market, a positioning, it's tough. Nobody has succeeded in terms of dual positioning in the same market. It's not possible. I mean, there is zero evidence of that, and in fact, this is not for advertising, I'm saying, but this is a fact. Can new age technologies, can artificial intelligence or Gen AI, can now that come and educate consumers about, better educate consumers about this conscious capitalism, as well as sustainability and reaction to climate change. And that's where you also mentioned, Dr. Jha, that you checked with Philip Kotler. So I was fortunate to be his student for last so many years, and we are now responding to all these calls in our next book called Transformative Marketing, which is being released in 2 months from now all over the world. And that really tells the responsibility of the organizations in terms of protecting the environment, protecting reaction to climate change, and using sustainable materials, where new age technologies are playing a major role. Example, drones, last mile delivery. Using drones saves a lot of fuel costs for the last mile delivery. Robots to serve, you don't abuse child labor, you don't do this. Robotics change brings in sustainability. So we argue in each chapter there that the world is changing. You better adapt to this change by adopting new age technologies, and the world will be now sustainable and for everybody in the long time. That's the message of that book. But then we are not going to solve the problem today. Our job as both having one foot in the academic, one foot in the business world is what the businesses want, we as academicians, can we deliver what they want? And then we as academicians, what we want to learn, why businesses are adopting unhealthy practices, we need to understand from them and provide them with an alternative to do that. So this back and forth dialogue will continue. Even the GOP 28 in Dubai, they could not. They just made a rule by 2035, this is going to happen. And beautifully said our previous speakers, have you thought about the consequence of how you're going to enact this? So I leave it now because we are running out of time, but I'm here today and tomorrow to engage in a healthy conversation and learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. V. Kumar, for gracing us with your presence and sharing your invaluable insights. Your keynote address promises to be a highlight of our conference, and we are genuinely appreciative to your time and expertise. We look forward to the knowledge you will impart, inspiring us to the intellectual journey. Professor Jagdish Sheth is a distinguished academic and marketing expert born on June 9, 1938 in Burma, now Myanmar. Holding a PhD in marketing and behavioral science from the University of Pittsburgh, he is currently serving as a Charles H. Kelsgaard Professor of Marketing in Goizuka Business School at Emory University. Additionally, Professor Sheth is the founder and chairman of the India, China and America Institute. Renowned for his extensive contributions to marketing, consumer behavior and strategic thinking, he has authored influential works such as The Theory of Buyer's Behavior and The Self-Destructive Habits of Good Companies. His model of buying decision process, the SAFE model, has had a lasting impact. Recognized with awards like the Outstanding Marketing Educator Award from the Academy of Marketing Science and the Distinguished Fellow Award from the Academy of Marketing Science and the International Academy, Professor Sheth continues to play a pivotal role in academia and consultancy, contributing significantly to the understanding of marketing dynamics globally. As he is traveling, he couldn't grace the occasion in person, but he is kind enough to share his keynote message through a video. I request Dilip to play the video.
Greetings, and thank you for inviting me to speak at the International Marketing Conference 2023 with a focus on sustainability and innovation. I'm so lucky to be here in person. I think global warming is an existential threat. We have to take it very seriously. It is real. There is overwhelming scientific evidence that it is an existential threat. There is also growing consensus that it is a direct effect of industrialization. From agricultural age to industrial age, when we began to shift, let's say 200 years ago, these are the consequences we are paying. Overexploitation of natural resources for economic growth is not sustainable as China, India, and all of Africa transition from the agricultural to the industrial age. So what went wrong? The biggest consequence of the Industrial Revolution was separation of production from consumption. In the agricultural age, with no refrigeration storage, we produced for the same day as we consumed. There was no storage of food, maybe 1 day, 2 days. Everything was perishable. The separation created a strong carbon footprint in both production itself, storage, transportation, and consumption. We assume that nature is passive. This is the thinking of industrial age and inorganic, because we are seeking industrial raw materials like copper, iron, etc., which take thousands of years to generate. We extracted too much industrial raw materials without regard for its impact on the global environment. We have seen this primarily in the oil and gas sector, for example, too much using thermal energy. We believe that human species is superior to all other species, which is another assumption of the industrial age. All other species are here to serve Homo sapiens. This kind of a thinking, way back when, we continued and is mapping the consequences. So let me talk about the couple of observations. First of all, nature is biological. It is living, breathing, and regenerative. One can actually go back to the old ways and revitalize nature. Nature can be made more sustainable if we do not exploit it. If we have a complex ecosystem with self-governance, if you watch nature, it automatically manages sustainability properly. With our intervention, we messed up the system. Working with nature is a better sustainable model than exploiting it. We are learning hardware now because, like all living biological organisms, nature is capable of passive resistance, non-cooperation if abused. So how can we fix this problem? However, the impact is incredible. Now research shows that the largest carbon footprint is happening at home. 70% or more, if you take the automobile and the home, especially in Western world, because we build homes with processed raw materials. Everything is processed in the factory. Everything is chemically based. Our drivers are made that way. It is human carbon all the time. We have a refrigeration system at home, and the next one is all the supermarkets with more refrigeration. So basically the footprint is very local, not as global as we think in terms of production, in terms of creating carbon footprint. So one has to think about how do we change the consumption behavior, not just the production behavior or the policy matters. So I'll talk about 9 separate recommendations to basically go back to nature, or how to nurture nature, go back to the past. There are 3 actors involved in sustainability. You have the producers, you have the consumers, and of course you have the policymakers or the government. What can producers do to actually go back to the past, or nurture the nature as I call it? The first key lesson is increasing biodiversity. We are homogeneous for the sake of production and economies of scale to a level where they are all susceptible to a mass disease, like a pandemic that we just experienced, COVID-19. There are many more things that can happen. It happened in the corn field, for example. In America, there were 2,500 species of corn around the turn of early 1900s. Now it is only about 20 species. A blight can wipe out the whole corn crop. This is true of every vegetation. This is true of every living, breathing organism. The more homogenized, more susceptible they are to a mass disease or a mass pandemic of some sort, epidemiology in some fashion. The only way out is to increase biodiversity. So one has to go as producers to make sure that we have a biodiversity built into whatever we do in terms of agricultural sector. Second thing is to reduce the carbon footprint by localizing production. For example, we have so much of production of lettuce in California that travels 2,000 miles or about 4,000 kilometers almost to the East Coast. It is stored in the supermarket. It's all creating carbon footprint if you just even think about that one, and ultimately at the consumer level. So the more we localize the production, urban farming is very real nowadays, the better off we are, because the footprint will reduce dramatically in the process. And the third thing producers can do is to consciously shift to renewable energy. This is a key phenomenon. The Global South Consortium, and actually led by India, which is massive undertaking to generate the alternate energy, such as solar energy, wind energy, for example, or hydroelectric in some fashion. So renewable resources we have to transition. Worldwide movement is taking place to shift the automobile from the combustion engine to absolutely going to electric cars. Europe is leading the way. China actually is leading the way. And I think one has to come to a grip saying that the automobile does produce pollution to a level that is not sustainable. So producers can do three things: increase biodiversity, localize production, and shift to renewable energies or resources. What can policymakers do? Policymakers have an equally important role to play or a responsibility, and there are two recommendations. First one is to educate the population to increase awareness about how serious the problem is. It is only the government who can actually communicate in a significant way using its capabilities on mass media, whether those are local television channels, such as Doordarshan in India, for example, suggesting that this is a serious problem and we need to take it seriously. Offer economic incentives and disincentives. This is happening with electric cars all over the world. I was in Norway in June at the Shut Foundation Doctoral Consortium, and I was amazed to find that 80% of the new cars are all in Norway going to be electric cars. Even though country is a well-producing country. All of the taxis have to be mandatorily electric, giving economic incentives to the consumers to shift from buying the combustion engine to mineral-based cars to modern electric cars. China is doing a big way, so I think we have to understand the role that the governments can play through incentives on the one hand and disincentives on the other hand. Next year for the government is implementing mandatory rules and regulations. We just don't allow the choices. Very similar to what we have done with smoking policy. It's just banned. Even in the buildings you cannot smoke, at the airports you cannot smoke. We have passed similar laws about seat belts. You have to wear seat belts whether you like it or not. So consumer preferences is not the driver. You cannot have the market-driven policies, you have to market-driving policies. And that will basically requires mandatory rules and regulations, phasing out certain global warming elements to more and more non-global warming carbon footprint reduction aspects by law, whether the law is on the consumer side or the law is on the producer side, or the transporting between storage, etc. What can consumers do? Consumers have equal responsibilities in my view. First of all, one has to practice mindful consumption. In advanced countries, the waste is so large. We do not understand the power of 3 R's: recycle, reuse, and then the third one will be replace. That's replacement. So 3 R's can be practiced very easily. We just have to practice it for what I call mindful consumption. And it's all doable right now. It's not as if we cannot do it. The second one is to enhance self-awareness, become more conscious about what we are doing. We do many things by habit. We are looking at the consequences of that one, not only on ourselves, but on the planet, and of course on the community, for example. Very true in terms of garbage disposal, for example. I found in my observation that nature is the best waste manager. Nothing goes wasted. I'm a vegetarian, and I began to learn how to put my wasted vegetables that we cut and all that stuff, put on the backyard. Within 24 to 40 hours, it's gone. So I began to trace who takes it, whether those are squirrels, those are raccoons, as we have it in the US, whatever animals, birds, whatever turns out to get it, goes away completely. If you're seeing the African safari, where there's a predator killing, like a lion killing, for example, a buffalo, vultures come in and they clean out anything. Nothing is left to waste. What can we learn from nature to having a very strong policy about not having wasteful consumption or overconsumption? Something that's good for ourselves, good for the community, good for the planet, kind of notion. And the last one is that as consumers, we are very much into social media. Social media and the influence of platforms can be used to really use social networking, create basically movements of some sort. Like we have political movements, one can create actually environmental movements, which is happening fortunately. COP28 is taking place in Dubai this year. Last year was in Egypt, for example. And the world is coming together like Davos to more and more understand the impact, what can we do to intervene, what can we do to subsidize more changes taking place in next generation of economies, especially the rise of Africa. So my own observation is that going back to nature, nurturing nature, and how can we do modernization in a very traditional way of living that we did in the past. In the past, in the agricultural days, we did very well. We produced only what we wanted to consume, rather than produce quite a lot and store it. I mean, you can just easily imagine what can be done. So nurturing nature is a better idea than exploiting nature. I think marketing can teach these lessons to the world, can be incorporated into the corporate philosophy or a corporate culture. It is not something like a CSR, but this is the daily change in the behavior of the company, in the way they do conservation, in the way they do zero emission policy, for example. It is all basically self-regulation. If we do not regulate ourselves, government policy will come into play.
Thank you, Dilip. As we move to the conclusion of the official inauguration of the conference, it is now time to thank everyone who played a significant role in the success of this conference. I now invite Dr. Nagendra Heve to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Very good afternoon. As we come to the end of the inaugural program, MARKCON 2024, it's our duty to extend the vote of thanks. But before I do, I would read out a message from Mr. Jesha, Executive Director of Academy of Indian Marketing, so who could not be in person today, but he has sent a message. I would read out. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you all at the 15th International Conference and Research Consortium in Marketing, MARKCON 2024, being hosted by Indus Business Academy in association with Academy of Indian Marketing. This year, the theme of the conference, Sustainable Marketing, a Conscious Consumerism and Public Policy Perspective, is very interesting and most talked about topic all over the world at every forum. This conference is very special as two of my mentors, Dr. V. Kumar and Dr. Jagdish Sheth, have agreed to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Jagdish Sheth is the founder chairman of Academy of Indian Marketing, and Dr. V. Kumar is one of the founder members of AIM. Although Dr. Sheth is unable to come in person, he has agreed to deliver through video address, and Dr. V. Kumar is gracing the conference with his presence in person. We are truly honored to have him in the campus. When we talk about sustainable marketing, the first thing comes to mind is UN 17 SDG goals, and each one requires responsible and conscious approach to consumption. There are three factors to determine a sustainable marketing and consumption approach, and they are: number one, sustainable production of goods and service; number two, sustainable consumption of these goods and services; number three, the very important public policy and related laws and regulations to monitor the productions and consumption. He refers to, as part of public policy, deliberation refers to a lot of policies related to solar, wind, hydro, nuclear fuels, although it is not favorable. Today we are generating more waste hazards like nuclear, medical, industrial, chemicals and sludge, electronics, etc. and non-hazardous like municipal and domestic like packaging, plastic, glass, food, contaminated water wastage, etc. And he refers to a lot of congregations all over the globe, including COP28 for environment safety. International Solar Alliance, under the leadership of India and France, are making serious attempts to regulate the same, making serious attempts for a better future for our future generations. And throughout his deliberations, he was very, very concerned about the last point, which is the role of the government in particular in balancing the corporates and consumers, especially from the corporate perspective, how do we balance the production and consumption? My best wishes to all the delegates, participants, and to those who are presenting the research papers. I extend my gratitude to the organizers of the conference, Professor Narendra Babu and Professor Nagin Reddy, Conference Chair Professor Subhash Sharma, and Chief Patron and Founder of IBA, Dr. Manish Chen, for hosting the conference. Thank you, Mr. Jesha, for delivering your message in the conference. Now I get to my duty of extending a word of thanks. Happy New Year to all of you. At dawn of a new year, an august presence of academic stalwarts, MARKCON 2024 couldn't have got a better beginning. I still remember two important days, December 5, 2022 and February 25, 2023. December 5, 2022 was the day when the theme of the MARKCON 2024 was conceived in the presence of Dr. Mithaleshwar Jha. Dr. Jha was candid enough to explain the relevance of the subject in the present context. He was highlighting that not a significant work is done in the area of sustainable marketing. There was a visible pain on his face, when he said that the sustainable ideas are being mocked and they are no lesser than a rebel when looked from a farther distance. So he today spoke about stable, viable policies, required to get that sustainable environment around. And his suggestions gave proper directions to the conference. He was kind enough to be the advisor of MARKCON 2024. It was very apt that he introduced the conference theme to all of us today. I, on behalf of management of IBA and its fraternity, express my gratitude to you, sir. I request Dr. Subhash Sharma, Chief Mentor of IBA, to hand over the token of gratitude to Dr. Mithaleshwar Jha. Can we have a round of applause for him? Thank you so much, sir. And another day, which I clearly remember, is February 25, 2023. At 7:30 p.m. IST, I got the opportunity to talk to Dr. V. Kumar. I was just throwing the dice with no hope that I could talk to him, leave alone getting him to accept our invitation. But the conversation went for about an hour. The charm and humility with which he spoke that day is still etched in my mind. He was quick and kind enough to accept our invitation to be a keynote speaker when we explained about our conference. Since then, he's been inquiring about the progress we have made in the conference. His enchanting demeanor, coupled with his ability to go into minute detailing, would inspire anybody. Today, he spoke about brands efforts to create values and value appropriation process. So he referred to luxury brands and the work that he has done. He has the work in progress. So a lot of enlightenment there. maybe we can carry those discussions forward. He's going to be with us for next 2 days, including today. And he spoke all those about in greater length. His extensive research work and consultancy experience were evident in his keynote today. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence, kindly consenting to be part of IBA's initiative in providing platform for discussion on sustainable marketing. I request Dr. Manish Jain, the founder and chairman of IBA, to hand over the token of gratitude to Dr. V. Kumar. Round of applause. Thank you so much. We have had another keynote speech today, the gentleman who is highly revered in academia, industry, and also in public policy circles. The erudite who needs no introduction, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Jagdish Sheth. We are glad that we could get his time, his powerful messages for the second time in this conference. First was in 2020. Though he could not join us in person, he was kind enough to send a video message. In his keynote address, Dr. Jagdish Sheth said that the global warming is an existential threat to the nature. He opined that the very belief that human species is above all is causing a disturbance to the ecosystem. Nature has a passive resistance to human endeavors. It's the right time to swiftly act upon to prevent this from happening. Dr. Sheth felt that the separation of production from consumption is the root cause of all these problems. The solutions that he recommended are threefold. One, from the producer's perspective, increase the biodiversity, localize the production to reduce the carbon footprints, and work on renewable energy. He hit the massive price on the leadership of India and her initiatives in renewable energy. The other, from the perspective of policymakers, educate the public, provide economic incentives for sustainable initiatives, come up with market-driving policies, not market-driven policies, are the major lessons that we've learned from his keynote address today. And the third is from the consumer's perspective of mindful consumption and being self-aware. Dr. Sheth felt that the role of marketing in shaping the corporate behavior is huge, which in turn can help them nurture the nature. We wholeheartedly thank Dr. Jagdish Sheth for giving us invaluable lessons for sustainable development. And it was so kind of him that he could grace occasion in absentia. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Manish Jain, the founder and chairman of IBA, for making this massive conference a reality. His agile leadership qualities have enabled IBA to take such path-breaking, inspiring initiatives. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence here. I would like to thank Dr. Subhash Sharma, Chief Mentor of IBA, for his illuminating ideas. His ability to craft novel ideas which cut across the generations is highly revered. He spoke on harmonic globalization, so the popular forces that he always proposes, force of state, force of people, force of market, force of self, how do we get them to balance, come together to get a balanced, harmonized environment. And the Viswa model of, product management, Videshi and Swadeshi, the combination of that, it's mostly revered, sought after ideas that came from Dr. Subhash Sharma. Thank you very much, sir, for providing us with valuable insights. Your presence is much appreciated. Dr. Subhendu Dey, Professor and Director of IBA, highlighted the history of MARKCON at IBA and provided the warmth early enough for us to get into the groove. So thank you very much for your presence and advice that has added immense value to the platform. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank Dr. Jay Shah, Executive Director of Academy of Indian Marketing, for standing alongside, giving a necessary momentum to the conference. Thank you all delegates for reciprocating to the call, and also to the participants, and I can see a lot of participants here. Thank you all of you for reciprocating to the call of MARKCON 2024 and making it to the event, and also for presenting the research papers. I would like to place my gratitude to the teaching and non-teaching staff of IBA, the students of IBA, and everyone who let MARKCON 2024 begin with a bang. We have panel discussions, paper presentations, RDPs, workshops, roundtable discussions, alongside research consortium that is scheduled tomorrow, right? And then, of course, day after, a lot of paper presentations and panel discussions, roundtable discussions. Hope that you make the most of this. With this, I make way for further deliberations. We've got a panel discussion coming right after this. Thank you very much. And before we make way for a panel discussion, let's all stand up for a national anthem. We set up a stage for our next panel discussion, 10 minutes, and then we are good to go.
Indra Kadre to present the bouquet to our esteemed guest, Dr. Mithaleshwar Jha. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shafali Gupta, the esteemed Mani Iyer Chair Professor of Marketing at MICA, the School of IBA, Ahmedabad. Dr. Gupta's Through the Intricate Landscape of Marketing is not simply a tale of academic ascent, but rather a testament to her unwavering dedication to advancing the field both theoretically and practically. Her journey, spanning over a decade, has seen her grace renowned institutions like MDI Gurgaon and Symbiosis, culminating in her current helm at MICA. Her intellectual foundation, rooted in a PhD from IIT Bombay's prestigious Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, blossoms into a diverse research interest encompassing emerging markets, customer experience, and the strategic pulse of marketing. These insights, meticulously captured in a publication of top-tier journals like the Journal of International Business Studies, stand as eloquent testimonies to a ceaseless pursuit of knowledge and its application. Her experience falls in the crucible of industry giants like Reliance Communication and ICICI Bank equips her with an invaluable grasp of real-world challenges. This practical wisdom permeates the teaching and executive programs, ensuring that knowledge not only informs theory, but also empowers business leaders. She is not merely a scholar dispensation, but a practitioner who has navigated the trenches of marketing, emerging not just victorious, but enriched with battle-tested strategies. Dr. Gupta's unwavering commitment to bridging the gap between the often desperate worlds of academy and industry. She is not only a translator, but a visionary architect, constructing intricate pathways for knowledge to flow seamlessly across the seemingly disparate landscapes. Her active engagement with industry ensures her insights resonate in boardrooms, while her scholarly rigor enriches classrooms, fostering a virtuous cycle of innovation and progress. It is with immense honor that I call upon B.M. Gaurish to present the bouquet to esteemed guest, Dr. Shafali Gupta. Sir, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Professor Prashant Kulkarni teaches economics, digital economy, and globalization. His area of interest lies in dissecting strategic concentrations, creative destruction, disruptive knowledge flows, and human behavior in digital urban convergence at a technology interstice. He has authored more than 26 case studies that were bestsellers in European Case Clearing House, and some of which were reprinted in leading textbooks. He has authored 4 books in the areas of digital strategy, economics, research, agent concentrations, and management case studies. Professor Prashant's case studies have been included in a number of textbooks on management and economics. He has published and presented more than 75 research papers in leading journals and conferences. He has received awards in leading conferences hosted by IITs for his presentation on topics ranging from strategy, cross-disciplinary intersections, and intellectual property rights and innovation, among others. Professor Kulkarni's opinion on several contemporary issues is sought by various magazines as evident from his columns in leading magazines like Swarajya, among others. His columns have encompassed topics from management, economics, finance, politics, and society, to mention just a few. He belongs regularly, some of which been reprinted in leading magazines. He has developed several theoretical models and also has adapted existing models to different contexts. He has also been working on a new template for representing and capturing business and financial models in the digital era. His book on economic encounters in daily life is likely to be released soon. His teaching methods and evaluation tools are innovative and focused to get the student to grasp the real importance of their studies and subsequent application into their corporate practice in different capacities. Professor Prashant Kulkarni has been associated with IBA for the last 16 years. It is with immense honor that I call upon Dr. Ravi Shankar to present the bouquet to our esteemed faculty member, Professor Prashant Kulkarni. Thank you, sir. And lastly, our moderator for today's discussion, Dr. M.R. Suresh, a distinguished personality with a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of sustainable marketing and its implications. Before we delve into our discussion, let me remind our audience that we encourage active participation. If you have questions or thoughts you'd like to share, please feel free to do so during the question and answer session later on. Without further ado, let's kick off our discussion. I'll turn the floor over to our moderator, Dr. M.R. Suresh. Please, sir.
Welcome to this panel discussion. Of course, the topic is very interesting. It has a lot of facets. With some of you, I had corresponded on this topic with some possible structure, but taking into consideration time, I'll try to kind of moderate it a little differently. The topic, for the purpose of information of the audience, it is on sustainable marketing, a conscious consumerism and public policy perspective. And before I start the discussion right earnest, I thought that I will give us what are the issues that I'm actually looking for insights from the distinguished panelists. More for the audience is largely students and some researchers. So I thought that there are 4 dimensions I'm actually looking at. One is that we have like for instance, we said that experts have suggested that a combination of macro marketing and micro marketing approach deal with the sustainable issues. So some of these are directly in the realm of the government and policy makers. There are other dimensions which are in the domain of corporate organizations. So one dimension I would like to focus upon is on this aspect of what can corporate organizations do to promote sustainable consumerism and influence the government also. The second thing is that from an organization perspective, Professor Shefali done a lot of work in strategic marketing and innovation. So we have a lot of examples of companies like 3M and Kimberly-Clark and all doing a lot of work in this area, Unilever. But do you think that Indian firms, they have that kind of a competence to focus on these kind of areas? So that is something which I would expect you to throw light upon. And there is always this thought that this entire issue of sustainability and all these things is basically greenwashing. So as economists, perhaps Prashant can throw some light on this. And there is also another dimension when I say this, the role of economics, because whenever we talk about sustainability, we find that one man food is another one's poison kind of a thing. There have been suggestions that, for instance, to protect the ecology in certain hilly areas like the Himalayas and Western Ghats and Northeast. It's even suggested that LPG should be priced very low, and it can be taxed elsewhere with a slightly higher price. So the pricing dimension is actually the realm of economists. So you can throw a little more light on that. The last thing which I would like to talk about is the issue of cognitive dissonance. That's something which, Professor Jha, being an eminent marketing person, can throw. At one level, the consumers feel that they want to do something for the society, something for the environment, but because of other considerations, you try to, you end up buying the same kind of products, however, costly they might be not be environment friendly, but there is an element of dissonance that happens. So how can organizations handle this from a marketing perspective? And there is also another dimension which I would like to do it. Today, in your session, when you gave an initial speech, you talked about the combination of stakeholders. So what kind of role? There's a need for a partnership between government, society, non-profit organizations, and the consumers. So what kind of partnerships can be established, and how can they be strategized? So even though several policy documents talk about, in the context of improved cook stoves, many years back people talked about collaborative initiatives and all that, nothing much has happened beyond that. And then the last one is that what can business schools do to promote this concept of sustainable consumerism as part of their curriculum and the executive education. These are some of the dimensions. There are many other dimensions which I thought I'll throw as and when the discussion evolves. So these are some of the dimensions. So the first point which I thought, initially I thought that each one of you can give your thoughts on these four things, and then I thought I'll take it further.
Let me begin where I left. Okay, I will take three examples basically to cover some of the things that Professor Suresh has raised. Himachal Pradesh government, I think more than a decade back, so I don't know which party was in power, and there is no political thing. The suggestion came from a very sincere, conscientious bureaucrat to the Chief Minister, and they decided that each household in Himachal Pradesh will get 2 LED bulbs. And mind you, Himachal at that time was one of the few states in this country which was surplus in terms of producing electricity. So this was not a state which was struggling with meeting power requirements. But this bureaucrat suggested to the Chief Minister and then Power Minister, I don't know whether they were the same, that let us, because they were trying to educate customers, replace electricity bulbs with LED bulbs. It was not happening. So, or LCD bulbs, whatever was at that time the so-called latest technology to reduce the consumption. Now imagine, without any cost, and somebody calculated that 1.5 years of saving in electricity is good enough to get the payback from the government. Because electricity was already subsidized to the household sector. Now, this is just one example of how sustainable, and Himachal is also, I think, one of the first states in this country which banned plastics, single-use plastics, and they enforce it because I am a regular visitor. Every 2 years, normally we go to that state because I like forests and hills. And they practice it. Even taxi drivers question you if they see you carrying something, chalan ho jayega. That's the kind of one example I'm making. Policy related things I'm taking first. Second, I will give an example. We were students, the same thing that I mentioned of social marketing in Ahmedabad. Cancer Protection Society or Cancer Society of India had a beautiful campaign, and Money a Year of Ogilvy, chair that you hold, was one of the persons who had contributed pro bono. Ogilvy basically had contributed. Beautiful ads came. Cancer detected early is curable. And the project that we took up was, despite that, whole lot of people in Ahmedabad were not coming for cancer screening. Basic message was, If you are above 40 years of age, or any relative or friend of yours is above 40 years of age, please motivate them to come to a particular place. A doctor will be available for screening you for cancer. And if it is detected early, it is curable. And otherwise, cancer at that time was virtually like your death is certain. That was the kind of notion that country had. People were not coming. And mind you, this was 81, I mentioned. Difficult period for Ahmedabad, 350 cotton textile mills. Most of them were on the verge of closure. I will not get into the details. Textile workers were one of the targets for this campaign. Tremendous distress because many were losing jobs. So we went to that area where textile workers were living. And I'm just sharing two examples. There were multiple examples that came. An old worker who had lost his job, sharing with us in private because nobody will be willing to get interviewed in front of his or her family members. They insisted that if you are willing to sit with me somewhere else, so typically we used to take them to a tea shop at a distance from others and then first general talk and then we had hidden our questionnaire, memorized the questions and we will fill up the questionnaire after this talk because in some places when we started filling up the questionnaire, the person just got up and left. One person said, I suspect I'm having cancer. Nobody has told me once screening happens, what will happen to me. My children do not have resources to treat me. I have lost my job and I have grandchildren. Cancer is considered contagious in our society. If my grandchildren do not come to me, I will die unnatural death. So I will die with cancer without getting detected. There was a young worker who was on the verge of losing his job. He says, not this person, I suspect that my mother has cancer, but I cannot afford to get her treated. So if it is screened and found out that she is suffering from cancer, I will live my life as a guilty person that I could not get my mother treated. So only recommendation that we made to this Cancer Prevention Society was through our project that please complete the chain. Do not leave people just with communicating that cancer detected early is curable, with setting up a screening camps. Please create a system in which if you are screened, then your privacy will be maintained, you will be treated free of cost in a facility, which is also part of this whole thing. And this is what I call a sustainable practice. The last example of public policy intervention I'm saying is sitting right here in Karnataka. NDDB, and I worked in that system. I was in IRMA for 3.5 years, Institute of Rural Management at Anand, and that was, I considered one of the best learning periods for me. Dr. Kudian realized very early, he had a choice, and European Union was very friendly to import so-called hybrid varieties of cause and distribute or have, Gosala or whatever you call it, dairy, organized dairy, or distribute it to farmers. Very early he realized that maintaining hybrid cause in this country is not a sustainable affair. Farmers will have difficulty, although yield will be much higher. So he decided on a different kind of a policy. Karnataka government, several years back again, I don't know which political party, took a decision that someday we should surpass the milk production of Gujarat. NDDB was Amul was a competition, right? Last few years you will be reading mortality rate, or now the third or fourth generation of hybrid cows, I call them black and white cows. All over the city and all over the hinterland you will find in Karnataka this black and white variety. These are almost 100% replica of their parent brand. Extremely susceptible to diseases, very difficult to maintain. Yes, yield is much higher. So 2 years back I started reading in newspapers that Karnataka government has decided to reverse this policy. Now what is the problem? farmers are saying that if we have to go to local breed or some combination of this, yield will come down by 60%, 70%. So either you have to increase milk prices to get me the same income that I am getting today, or you have to give me capital as a compensation. No, basic issue, and that's the reason I ended my thing by saying, today I see competitive populism in policy making. Last example I will use of this. Long time back, I had just come to Bangalore, lured by this naturally air-conditioned city, garden city. And then I found first IT sector and others creating glass houses, and then centrally air-conditioned. In IMB, there was a building constructed not too far back, in fact, in the late 70s, which did not have fan. Later on, we had to put up fans on the side walls because the height of the ceiling was kept low for certain regions in that building. Okay, but I'm talking about a different thing. If you have been to Ooty through these forest routes, there are still certain roads there which are cement concrete roads, partly. So 94, I was traveling to Ooty for attending this kind of a conference, and I had an A.F. Ferguson expert on environment sitting next to me. Two of us were going for the same conference. I asked this gentleman who would have created these roads in this forest. He said this was Mysore Maharaja's Sikarga, and he was knowledgeable. Not Viswasraya. His predecessor had created these cement concrete roads. Despite destruction by CPWD and our own PWD of the state, some of the patches are still remaining because Maharaja's chariot should not have too much of jerk, otherwise Diwan will get it. So I asked him, what prevents our current bureaucrats and planners or technocrats to create it? Beautiful response came. He says the Diwan's tenure was typically 2 decades, if not more. Who in today's term thinks beyond 5 years? I rest here. Yeah. So, and let me, from the institute perspective, let me just add one more sentence. I had the privilege of teaching a course on sustainable marketing in Gothenburg University in Sweden, not because I was an international expert. IMB had a relationship with Gothenburg University. This is serendipity. Some professor fell sick 3 months before this course was to begin. So my institute was requested that you have a person who can substitute her and bring in a developing country perspective. So I was requested to do it. Mind you, I was trying to launch that course in our institute, but my students were saying your product management has much larger intake. Sustainable marketing may get 10 to 15 students. How can you shortchange 60 of us for 15 students? Because I can't teach all the courses. So I submit to IBA and other institutions that please introduce these courses because at that time sustainable marketing did not have Vita value. Let me be honest. Today it has Vita value, whether pretension or actual, I will not comment.
Well, you can talk.
All right. So before I begin, I want to set up an experiment. Okay. Is there anyone in this room who doesn't own a mobile phone? Okay, show me your mobile phones. Just, you all have mobile phones? Only 4, 5, 6? All of you? All of you? All of you? All of you have mobile phones, right? Now keep it aside. For next half an hour. Can you do that? The talk is on sustainable. Come on guys, I need some energy here. Right? Are you all here? Can we get a good round of applause? Loud. Little more. All right. Now are you all here? The last bench. That lady. I can see your face. That, yeah. Yes, you're here with us? All right. Okay, fine, good. So next half an hour, no neck down, right? And we need a lot of good questions from students. So this is not something that 4 of us or 3, 4 here would like to hear, right? This is only for the students. We are here and really want you guys to involve, right? Okay. So as I'm a marketing, I know professor I should say or not, I feel I'm a student. But yes, I do say I'm a researcher. So let's start with the topic, the name, which is sustainable marketing, right? So how many of you know that when does this SDG, got established? What was the year of that? Yes. SDGs.
1991, it's much before.
Mm-hmm. Really? Sustainability Development Goals, SDGs, by UN. No one. And we have a conference here. Right. And do you know the Millennial Development Goals, which was before SDGs? And the difference between MDGs and SDGs? Anyone? So homework is not done properly. Right? Well, so now this is something which we really have to figure it out, that this, like what Professor Jha was talking about, that really this topic has a potential, or this topic had no better value when he initiated, decades before in IRMA, in other institution where he was in, right? And now we all are talking about sustainability. And if you look at the top 10 goals of the industry, right now you will see that sustainability is coming as top 3 in their objective to be, on the top of it, so that they can be top performer. And this sustainability goal was actually in the double figure just 2 years back. So how come this such a big jump came in? Because of the need of the era. So if we're coming on the sustainability marketing, that what exactly the sustainability is. So if the design thinking approach we look at, sustainability is web, which is viable. Professor Jha was talking about it. Desirable, the product, which is desirable by the stakeholders. And it is feasible in the ecosystem. And the viability of the product remains there. The overlap of these 3 becomes the sustainability, the sustainable product innovation, right? The second definition, if we look at from the triple bottom line approach, that it has a people, profit, and the people, and the planet, right? So we have what? We have the economic goal met, we have the social goal met, and at the same time the environment is safe, right? So in a very layman language. Now we're talking about the marketing, what exactly the marketing is. The marketing where we talk about the value creation for the stakeholders, not just for the consumers, right? So now here I will be touching on just 2 major aspects. One, that who are the stakeholders, like stakeholders in the sense TG for the sustainability and the sustainable marketing, and what are the conflicts there and how can we resolve it, right? So maybe the resolution part I can leave it when we will have the discussion. But at least for the part that who all are the TGs, the target group for sustainability. We all have been talking about, even though I am also part of those research, right, where we are talking about the luxury branding. We are talking about that how the consumers can pay more for the luxury products, for the sustainable products, for green products, right? But how much is the percentage of that customer? That is only the tip of the iceberg of our consumer base, which is the blue-eyed segment of the marketers, and which has the ability to pay, which creates the demand. Do you get my point? So we are actually looking even sustainability. Even before sustainability, when we were talking about the consumerism, we were only talking about the consumerism, who to sell more. Who to sell more, who can purchase, who can buy, who can create the demand, right? Not the need. But there are 85% people, 5% people on the planet in the bottom of the pyramid market. So if you're talking about bottom of the pyramid market, which constitutes the 85% of our consumer base, are we even thinking of sustainability from their point of view? Right? They cannot pay for the mushroom bags. They cannot pay for the luxury products. They cannot pay for the organic vegetables. They cannot even pay for the high-cost products which we call the green products. You do green product marketing, you do green branding, you only have that 1% to the 2% of the population who will buy of the world, right? So there where we have to figure it out that what are the ways that we can actually go and look into the segment who can actually use it. It means that we have to reduce the cost of the sustainable products so that 85% of the population need is met so that they can pay for those products because the costs are met. And hence there the innovation comes in the picture. Right now where the conflict comes in, probably I will leave that because I can see that Professor Suresh is little time bound. Right, so we can talk about that how this conflict and what exactly the conflict is and how that conflict can be resolved by the use of innovations. And there is a 3C approach which probably I can talk later about it, which I have talked in one of my paper, that with the 3C approach we can actually resolve this conflict and create a better, greater good world for the people, right?
Yeah, I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Kulkarni to throw some economic dimensions to the entire debate.
Yeah, you could hear me?
Yeah, I think there is a call. Yeah.
Well, let me put outside a disclaimer here. So the Consumerism marketing, I'm not a person for marketing side. I've been and continue to be a student of economics. So therefore, the perspective that I bring it may not be from the marketing angle per se. But Professor Suresh has put it across saying that I can bring the economic perspective. So, before I just put my words, a few things, and something which we were discussing even yesterday. See, the inauguration, the speaker spoke about the Brundtland Commission report, I think which came in 87 or something. 88, 89 or somewhere, when I was a student in school, I was in high school, we had a competition, a debate competition on environmental protection, etc., something revolving around that Brundtland Commission. Remember, that was in a small town, India, not even the metro cities. And today, roughly about 35 years later, we still are talking about it. So what's that point? So when you look at sustainability, sustainable marketing, the way you define it, there can be no dispute about it, absolutely indisputed. You're supposed to produce goods in an environmentally safe way. Basically, you have to market the goods in such a way that the demands for current generation are met without a compromise for the future generations. Therefore, you may have to modify your production processes, you have to engage in sustainable packaging, advertising, all that is fine. But then the question comes out, there is actually a trade-off, right? We go back to a trade-off again. The compromises, and the compromise is, how do I put it? Something I think Dr. Gupta was making a point just now. It's about viability, sustainability, but also equally about affordability, right? Now, if I were to go and buy an organic piece of food, right? That's something it's like, yes, let's get into organic agriculture. Now, if I were to browse on Big Basket, maybe it costs me about quite a few rupees more per kg than the conventional counterparts. Why would I spend it? What is the additional benefit I'm going to get from there? Right? See, basically what? I try to seek to maximize the benefits. Fair enough, but then I have my own income constraints, right? And it doesn't even have to be the bottom of the pyramid population. For a large section of population, am I in a position where I can spend more? not just that. Alan Wicker, one of the well-known activists in this field, writes interestingly. I happen to go through that. Yes, as a consumer, if I have to adopt a sustainable product, first, as I said, I need to have a fair amount of disposable income, which allows me the luxury of affording these goods. Two, "95% of the goods are something inorganic, conventional, or non-sustainable. Do I have the luxury of turning my nose away from them? Do I have the time and resources to study what goods are sustainable, what goods are not sustainable?" Right? Manufacturer doesn't tell me anything on that. This is sustainable, this is not sustainable, etc., etc. Something which was being brought about in the discussion we were having about the lab-grown diamonds during the inauguration. Yes, you can ask them to give the ingredients, but if I have to read an ingredient of it, I need to have a PG degree in chemistry to say very least know whether these goods are sustainable or not sustainable. Why would I go through all this when I don't have any immediate danger, right? I don't have any immediate danger of it. I'll just give an example here. There was an interesting podcast on economics, Stephen Levitt and Stephen Dubner. And a couple of years back, they were doing a podcast on rainforests in Brazil. A lot of destruction in rainforests in Brazil. They said, for a cattle rancher who is clearing those rainforests, every hectare he or she clears, they get a benefit of $1,000. But every hectare deforested in the Amazonian belt in Brazil is costing you $28,000 for the economy of Brazil, or maybe economy of South America. It's costing that. But just think, a rancher is looking at $1,000 benefits for him. The $28,000 is actually being borne by, let's say, the whole Brazilian population. Benefits concentrated, costs diffused, right? So therefore, unless the danger is immediate to me, I don't really see why would I go in for sustainability, right? And that's my opening point here. Maybe I'll just add on to it a little later. But why we are not really taking off, maybe somewhere the reasons lie there.
Yeah, very interesting points, Kim. The three dimensions. One is that Professor Jha talked about the issue of policy and some amount of guidance from the government in the context of Himachal. And Professor Shefali talked about incorporating the bottom-up pyramid concerns, and the point which Professor Prashant talked about is the importance of the fear or the immediate danger. Only then you will respond to it. So, in the initial years of my career, I was expressing my sadness because I started my career immediately after Irma working in sustainability in the Mewat region of Haryana, trying to disseminate improved cook stoves. And that time we were trying to, with Professor Ashok Gadgil and Dr. Veena Joshi. Ashok Gadgil who won a very major award in US recently. We were talking about how do we solve the cooking energy issues. And one of the things that we did was trying to look at the different types of cook stoves that were available in India at that time. And after so many years, we are still talking about the same issues in different ways. And despite all the availability of sunlight and all these things, we still do not have a decent solar cooker which everybody can use. And then they have not even designed, Professor A.K.N. Reddy in Indian Institute of Sciences, he tried to develop improved cook stoves for the rural areas. So, except here and there are some unusual, can I say, Shell has developed some improved cook stove which can give blue flame and very energy efficient and all these kinds of things. So, unfortunately, I find that, despite all the talk of sustainability and all that, corporate firms have not done enough in product development. So what are the possible ways they can be encouraged to undertake product? Because we have talked about innovation, you talked about competency development and all that. How can they be encouraged? In fact, even in an automobile scenario, in a little aside, once I met an automobile expert. He was talking about in the context of automatic transmission system for buses. He said that unless government tells, no automobile manufacturing firm is going to talk about driver convenience and passenger convenience. So the same thing applies here also. So what can be done to develop sustainable products in the first place?
Let me first slightly differ with my co-panelists, and I think that's the spirit of discussion that we should have. See, first thing is not diluting the whole luxury kind of thing. See, luxury, whatever billion we are talking about, it's a minuscule thing in our country. And I was tempted to say, a few years back, statistics came that 2 districts with highest registration of luxury cars, one is in Karnataka, it's called Republic of Bellary, right? And another one is Ludhiana, right? Bellary, despite being in Karnataka for last, I think, 27, 28 years, I am not so familiar because I have not visited that area. I have only read about it and mostly distorted news about certain destructions happening. Ludhiana, if you are familiar, these are mostly people for show-off purposes who buy second-hand, third-hand imported vehicles, right? So the whole luxury scene in our country is quite messed up. Where I also differ is, first I differ with this term bottom of pyramid. In fact, Professor Prahlad was our teacher. He did not teach me, but he was in IIM when I was there, then he left, not because of me. Immediately after that, he got an opportunity in US. Only time I met him before his death was I questioned him because, see, this terminology bottom of pyramid gives me an analogy. What is at the bottom of pyramid? Dead bodies of decadent rich people surrounded by their luxury and their poor people who were serving them, again killed there and put there for serving them even post-mortality. I said, no. Rural marketing that I taught, I felt this, and where I differ is, poor, see, we don't have to go for organic. Organic has been 80% of so-called organic is fake organic in this country. Most of you would be familiar, right? But fortunately, poor do not have money to waste. I still spent 2 months in my village in Bihar, one of the poorest areas of this country. I call it detoxification because people cannot afford too much of chemical fertilizer. So very less fertilizer, very less pesticide. You get different taste in vegetable. Water that I get in my hand pump in my village is as good or better than RO water that I get in Bangalore. I have tested it using modern gadgets, right? And I see people who are maintaining a lifestyle which is sustainable. So poverty, and I am not glorifying poverty. Where I have a problem is basic things like, and that's why I am saying that part of the Scandinavian model on sustainability, education is free up to PhD level in some of these countries. Health is free for everybody. No, these are basic rights. And that's where I questioned economists. Should we be running after gross domestic product and year after year, 5 trillion economy, 6 trillion economy, where 1% wants, 30% wealth? Is that sustainable? No. So in our neighborhood, Bhutan has created a model. People talk about happiness. In this city, I'm lastly using a corporate analogy, and I hope IT people do not kick me out of Bangalore. I have created enemies in IT sector from my friends because for a long time in this city, I kept reading, and these are newspaper reports which is substantiated by data which later on gets published by researchers. For a long time, 1/3 of accidents in this city, 1/3 of divorce cases in civil registrar court, 1/3 of mental sickness cases in NIMHANS was attributed to one single industry called IT industry. And I asked some of these HR people, and I used to expand their name deliberately in their presence, in their seminars. Human Resource Destroyers, HRD. So look, what are you doing to human beings? And somebody says, so this is the time to earn, right? They are young. So you don't have time for family, you don't have time for yourself, and you end up in demands or you end up somewhere else. Is that sustainable? Buildings that you build, deliberate, consuming more electricity, is that the norm for development measurement? No, I'm questioning some of these fundamentals. If you are wasting electricity, you are consuming more, and that sometimes gets taken as a measure of development. We need to question some of these fundamentals. Corporates will not come around to this. They will be lip service. So consumer activists, academicians have to stick their neck out, because I think academicians are the least risk people amongst all. Because corporate sector, if you talk about too much of sustainability, you may lose your job. Academic people say, "Aise hi bolta hai." But through that bolna, if some change happens somewhere, if we can influence policy making, if we say our students will prefer to join a company which promotes at least some degree of sustainability, doesn't torture them in the process of extracting work from them, that's where I see hope. But we need to have a completely different paradigm, questioning the fundamentals of blindly copying the Western practices.
You made a very interesting point.
Yeah, so I'll talk about the conflict which I was talking, and you also raised the same thing, that we have been talking about this for decades, but still we are at the same place where we actually started, or maybe build a little bit on it, but not in a way it should have been by now. So I believe the conflict, one, which as a marketing person I understand that consumer needs it as a part of consumption, that yes, I want to be a green consumer, I want to feed my family with good nutrition products. And as Professor Jha was saying, that most of the green products and organic products are basically fake in nature, because maybe just 1% of something organic has been put in there and it has been labeled as organic. But you end up paying double or triple for it. That organic product, you have to pay more, even if it was pulses for vegetables, for fruits, for everything. So of course I need to have that income, which Professor Kulkarni was talking about, that the disposable income one. But now the same consumer wishes to invest his hard-earned money on some market, the shares, the capital, shares which you need to take, farms you need to invest your money in. Would that the same consumer who is actually asking for that organic product would invest in the firm who is actually working on the sustainability, where profits may not be good or may not be substantial enough to give the person enough dividend in return? So while investing, you would be investing into the firm who would give you the dividends, higher dividends. I really don't care what kind of practices that particular firm does in. So now the firm and the consumer level conflict in the consumption, as well as what the firms are practicing, this is one thing which we have to really deal with. Second, when we talk about that, how it cannot be just a lip service, which we do and which most of the firms do in the name of CSR, the corporate social responsibility, right? So there is 3C approach, which I have proposed in one of my recently published paper, where we actually, you must be knowing Professor Rajan Vardharajan. So, this paper is with him, and it got published in IGRM, which is again a good journal in the area of marketing domain. So in that paper, we are talking about the greater good innovation, on a digital aspect. And there where I propose that concurrence, competence, and collaboration. This is the way to go ahead with the greater good innovation to establish in any society. The collaboration says that collaboration among all the stakeholders are needed, that we are talking the same language, which is the value appropriation, which the firms need to do, the government policymakers need to do. Concurrence, which is talking about that not just your core business, but what you really wish to make the change in the society with your CSR should look one. So can you really make the process, which is seamless, which is very difficult, but which can be that your CSR activity or whatever sustainability or whatever we say that we would like to contribute as a firm for the greater good can be part of your core business. And the third, which we talk about the competence, can we really create this right kind of skill set among our stakeholders that they can understand what we are doing on the name of sustainability and the greater good. Now, third thing which I want to talk about, the innovation, which we are talking about the bottom of the pyramid. I rightly agree with you that when we consider, maybe the definition really has to change. It's not the bottom of the pyramid, which is the real poor people. We talk about the majority of the consumer base, which coming from the grassroots, right? And coming from Gujarat, and you have been there, you have worked in Nirma, the grassroots innovation. If you will go on the National Innovation Foundation website, nif.org, right, you will see that there are 2 lakh such innovations which has actually come from these grassroots people, which we call the bottom of the pyramid people. It means that they are not the marginal minds. They are only on the margins, like Professor Gupta talks about it, right? The people at the margins are not with the marginal minds. So those are the innovations which are actually making the changes in their lives. So their needs are different, and the products, if you will go and see, they are sustainable products. Those are the products which are actually not harming the nature, and maybe not harming the pockets, maybe not even harming the society. Like one such innovation is like Mitti Cool, right? So Mitti Cool refrigerator, how this whole innovation came out, right? If you will look at the story, because electricity is not there, the regular refrigerator cannot work there in the government, in the rural village. So now and this is exactly the discussion I was having with one of the professor, industry guy who comes to teach the rural marketing. I was saying that what is this rural marketing and what works there? Because I work quite deeply into the social innovation and the innovation for the greater good. And I have also written a piece on grassroots innovation where we have actually studied 35 to 40 such innovation in depth and have created a framework out of it. I can share a paper with you if you would like to share with the students. So he told me, so I did the FGD, focus group discussion with some multinational CXOs, and that panel was being moderated by Jagdish Sheth. So I was at MDI Gurgaon that time, and we called some of the CXOs, and Professor Sheth was there, and we did it, and I took the notes because I was doing research in that area, right? And everybody was saying, we go there, but we come back, as a failure. We really don't know how to do that rural marketing. So I asked the same question over the lunch with that guy who came, who comes to my town. What works in rural? What is not needed, what doesn't work, is what is needed in rural market. So you enter into, like what Professor Jha was saying, you enter into anybody's house, every single thing which is kept in the house is needed by them. So if that is not needed, that will not work. That is not sustainable. So that, how the MNCs would understand that? When we say that sustainable marketing is coming in, the sustainable, are you really serving to the need which is not harming the society, the environment, and of course it is economically viable to both the parties. So that is something which we have to figure out, that how the collaboration, competence and concurrence can go hand in hand by the government, by the NGOs, by the MPOs, by the multinational firms, and can really work in the thing.
I have 2 points to raise, which the panelists can respond, and also we can throw the thing to audience also. One is in the context of when you were talking about corporates. See, look at IPCL. It used to be called as Indian Petrochemicals Limited. Now I think it has been taken over by Reliance. They are one of the first organizations to look at possibility of using plastics to prevent water runoff in canals and all that. And one of my juniors, Gupta, he did his PhD on this topic. And one dimension was that, corporates have to create the market for these kind of sustainable products, which means that it calls for a different kind of a leadership itself. That is one. And second is that talking about grassroots innovations, talking about my own experience in the first 6 years of my life where one was trying to disseminate improved cook stoves. At one level, when Tata Energy, we were talking about energy efficiency and all that in Mewat region, and we said that it's fuel saving and all these kinds of things. And what actually clicked was that Vivian said that it removes pollution from my kitchen. So we are talking about two different things. Even though we thought, so is there a way we can, one at the larger corporate level, if they have to, get into this kind of innovative, sustainable products, so it calls for a very different kind of competence and different kind of a leadership. How can we create that? The second challenge is that at the grassroots innovation, at the grassroots innovation, is there something like trying to find out what exactly people want?
Let me just, I think we will move to taking questions because he provoked me by using IPCL. And IPCL not of Reliance ownership. 81, 82, I had 3 cases on IPCL, and mind you, they talked about DuPont. IPCL had collaboration with DuPont, and courtesy that collaboration, I can practically see in a public sector in early 80s, sustainable practices of marketing. What was the sustainability? He has illustrated. They were selling raw material for certain kinds of plastic. Basically, these are, in a petrochemical plant, you have a whole lot of derivatives. So apart from gas and all these things, you get a whole lot of material which get converted into polypropylene, other material, linear alkyl benzene and all that. Mind you, as a producer of raw material, IPCL had a practice. They were not selling raw materials. They virtually, Tirupur, if you see here in our neighborhood, part of the credit go to IPCL. They went to textile mills and said, please experiment with this kind of a fiber, which you can sell to people who are exporting garments to West. Marketing team, which was basically called product development team, was asked to develop feasibility reports. They had bankers sitting with them who will say, if you set up industry which will sell garments, you can afford to buy from spinning mills these kinds of threads which will come partly from raw material supplied by IPCL. Your profitability will be of this order, return on investment will be of this order. So third level party, they were convincing to set up factories, in between creating the chain and making sure that these three get financial support, they get market support. So that I call leadership, innovation and sustainable marketing practices. And this was public sector IPCL and basically following DuPont practices. I thought I could do that.
Now we can take a few questions.
One example I will also share with you. There is a company, most of you will be familiar, called Body Soft. That lady is dead who founded that, Anita Roddick, right? Their promise was no so-called synthetic ingredients will be used in our products, right? One person could prove after several decades of research, this lady not only closed down that brand, she closed down the complete line, product line for that offering. And then they discovered that one Chinese supplier had put in a synthetic ingredient which was 0.0001% of the total volume, which nobody could detect in her system. But that company is profitable, it's even running. In India also its products are selling. So there is a way.
Just a couple of points and then
we can take after your thing we can take some questions from the audience. Yeah.
Well, I think Professor Jam made an interesting observation that we should not be blindly following the beliefs of Western world, somewhere in relation to consumerism. Now, my point is simple here. Consumerism is not something new. Consumerism has existed, perhaps since times immemorial. What you call a conspicuous consumption, at least. Only thing it was perhaps with the elite, maybe the royal families, their courtiers, the generals, the satraps at the provincial level, the zamindars, etc. What has happened around is, over the last 100 years, or maybe a little more than that, or perhaps less, it's the diffusion of consumerism. What is essentially a preserve of the elite, it has diffused around to an ordinary section of the people. That's what has happened around there. Now, can we stop it? In fact, if you look at conscious consumerism, it was essentially began as an esoteric sect in the West. I'll consume less, I'll consume no brands, etc. Well, once the Pandora's box is open, we cannot really stop it. What Bhutan did is essentially artificially trying to curb it. Some kind of a benevolent guidance, how you lead you to a happiness society. Now, how do we, okay, the Pandora's box is open, how do we counter it? Professor Suresh was more inclined towards nudging us towards the government interventions. There are 4 different ways that we can actually do it. One, of course, is by law, the state intervention. The second is basically through market models, something which we have been discussing around. Yes, consumers willing to pay more, the producers willing to pay, produce more, so therefore there will be the market intervention. Third is the very architecture of it, okay, the very nature of the product itself you design in such a way that it incorporates sustainability. And the fourth is basically through norms. You create those social norms, you create those social pressures, and something that was in existence in vogue. If you look at Elinor Ostrom's the theory of the governing the commons, I think it talks a lot of examples about it across various societies. And I think somewhere, even not just consumerism, even the notion of sustainability or conscious consumerism, as we understand it today, I think it has again a lot of roots in the West, rather than an indigenous roots. Maybe that's something which we need to factor in there.
We'll take a few questions from the audience.
Very good afternoon to the panelists. My question is very basic question. What do you mean by sustainability? Is it use and throw to durability? If it is from use and throw to durability, then it is sustainable. Or if it is not, sustainability for whom? For the people at large or a few? This is my question.
Shan, would you like that?
When you're talking about sustainability for rather use and throw, it should have been use and reuse, right? The point, if you look at it per se, if you look at the broader angle of it, yes, you engage in consumption activities, you engage in production activities that are environmentally safe. Second, the use of resources in terms of production of those goods, in terms of packaging of those goods, in terms of distribution of goods, in terms of consumption of goods, they do not constrain the ability of the future generations to consume. Yes, extractive resources, you extract and extract and extract. Now what about the future? Right? So somewhere, sustainability in a true spirit of it relates to that, relates to whether my current usage doesn't affect the usage of the resources for a productive use by a future generation. That's a very simple thing. Maybe I think let the other panelists to basically elaborate on that, or
I think in your question, answer was embedded. Yes, you were trying to also provoke the audience. I don't know whether we have time, but I think Professor Jagdish and I had said earlier, living in harmony That's how I look at citizen. Definitions are known, definitely questions, and my thing is very simple. Rather than persuading everybody, if individually we say that famous Rabindranath Tagore thing, Ekla Kalore, whosoever believes that it is the right path, if we take that, hopefully neighbors will also solve something. If we wait for putting pressure, enacting laws, I'm not too hopeful.
Take an example. Take an example of pharmaceutical. In India, the research says that most of the women, they are iron deficient. Right? So now, especially in the villages, where health for women is not the top priority. So if it is so, then of course the iron deficient, like those supplements are not easily available to them. Now when we talk about the sustainability and what we are talking about, that harmony with the nature, the indigenous knowledge which comes from our ancestors and following that probably can take us and lead us to that path. So one of the innovation, right, which is not an innovation, which we know from ages, we must have heard, I don't know about this generation, but our generation have heard it, that if you cook in the iron vessel, right, your iron deficiency will be gone, right? So when you do that, it is sustainable, you are not consuming the chemicals in terms of medicine, right, and at the same time, that product is durable. You know, you have seen that iron kind of vessels and wokes, they are forever, like they are actually passed on from one generation to another generation. Now if we look at the Amazon, and I want to buy the, the cast iron products, I could see that maybe they are not making great sales out there, but it is available. But it is not easy to consume because you have to maintain it, because the rust would come in. You have to every time coat it with the sprinkle of oil on it. So you have to train your staff. Like, so I brought a couple of them, right? So it was a kind of a headache for me to maintain it. So every time I have to train my staff that how you have to keep it, because I cannot do it, right? So that is something which we have to look into, that how the products which can be used, of course, reused, and can be durable. Now in terms of that, for whom, the second question which you had, that the sustainability is for whom? Is it for the consumer or it is for the firm? It is for both. And that is, then only the sustainability would work. If it is not economically viable, it will not work out. And if it is not the cost, and there where the innovation, the technology, out here we have like 120 students in this batch, the first year or the second year together, you have 240 or 300 students out here, right? Think about that when you're thinking of AI, when you're thinking of drones, we are thinking of 3D printing. Can you really make the products in such a way that you lower down the cost, which are able to serve to the maximum, the reach becomes the maximum. Like when talking about the drones, can you really use the drones for, like, say, spread of the seeds on the fields, where probably it is very difficult for a human being to go and spread the seeds, right? And can you really make the 3D printing machine to make the prosthetic limbs for those, like are without, so these kind of innovations are really needed. And there where the collaboration with doctors, the collaboration with technology guys, like it is needed, that how the companies can come forward, do the collaboration with NGOs. And all these examples are true examples where actually happening. The 2,000 doctors came together with the help of an NPO, right, and have started working on the 3D printed prosthetic limbs. So many kids, were being given those limbs. So those kind of innovations are needed. Of course, in emerging markets where the maximum population lives in, cost will always remain the constraint. And if the product is not viable, if it is not affordable, forget about viability, if it is not affordable, we cannot lead the sustainable, journey. It is difficult, and hence the innovation, technology, digital, whatever you want to say, use it for the better good, for the better, like society. Yeah.
Are there any questions from the students? Yeah, Professor Ramesh. Yeah, Professor Ramesh, you can ask in the meantime. Yeah, I know that, but
What he was mentioning, as you said, when you look at the cost aspect of it, I think Mr. Narayan Murthy was on point to say that unless we work hard, we may not be in a position to accomplish that, what we are talking about, sustainability. But at the same time, I read the Dr. D.N. Prahalla, he is the CEO of Surya Software. He connected 70 hours week with 7-day weekend. You see, the concept that he was trying to bring in is 70 hours week is nothing but 7 hours weekend. And he was referring to one company which is practicing that, where he said that never try to distinguish between work and leisure or work and life. Everything will happen together so that sustainability can be achieved. This is the thought of those two stalwarts in the corporate world from IT sector. What are your take on that, sir? Thank you.
With all my respect, I respect the gentleman, Mr. Narayan Murthy. Okay, and I put him on a pedestal.
Prahalad was independent director of the same company.
I know.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Sorry for using this analogy. Donkey is, for generations, considered one of the hardest working animals. Who respects a donkey? So, I mean, my submission to some of these people is, be realistic. See, sometimes I think, I suggest to people that we should genuinely take retirement after a certain age. I will stop there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so again, working hard, we have always been working hard. Especially if you look at the China, look at Japan. I have stayed in China for months together. In Japan, in the morning, you see their faces when they go in the metro train. There is no expression on the face. It is all as if like their bodies are traveling. We really don't want that kind of world, right? Now when we're coming on the cost, that's where I believe we are at an advantage that we have a technology by our side. We have the new age thinking by our side, that we can do the smart working, where we can be the creative minds. See, in the age of AI, students out here, you really need to listen to this. Your MBA degrees will not take you jobs. It will certainly not give you jobs, the kind of jobs you want, because half of the jobs would be done by AIs. What you will have to really inculcate and spark in you is creativity. And that's, of course, like in my institution, we talk about creativity a lot. So only the creative mind, that how can I solve a problem in a way that nobody have ever thought so far, or at least in a creative way. That is how I believe the cost. And there where I'm talking about the innovation. Innovation itself says that invent something which has never been done before. I'm not talking about the continuous innovation. I'm talking about the radical innovations here. Right? Second question was on like 70 hours a week. I firmly believe, and along with that the leisure and the work should become one. It is a myth. It is a myth. I love my profession. I'm in academics for last 2 decades. I have worked 18 hours or 20 hours also in the same thing. But now if I look back, I feel that I missed on living the life, which I could have done it. Right? So you only have one life. Please live it. But at the same time, figure out that what works is closest to your heart, which you love doing it, right? Because hobby cannot be your work. So there where I believe the balance 70 hours, sir, it's a myth. Nobody can really, work that way, and we do not want to go. we do not want to go back to the time where Indians were being considered as donkeys. And yes, we are smart brains. We are on the top of the, everywhere, whether you look at the US, you look at any top tier multinational companies, we are the smartest of all. We can find out the way that how can we reduce the cost, how can we bring the affordability, how can we be more creative and still live our life beautifully.
I was working in one of the organizations, and they had certain timings, right? And many times it would happen that we used to work a little late. And then we put it across to the management at some point of time. I think it was during appraisal, etc. Their answer was very simple, very curt. Nobody asked you to work beyond your office timings. You're only working, you're extending your timings only because you cannot do your work within the given timings, right? In other words, saying you are one of the most inefficient people here. So that's all. I put it across and curl it around here.
Yeah, I think we are running short of time. There are so many dimensions to this entire topic. I thought that I'll give some concluding observations based on distinguished panelists, what he said. Professor Jha raised two interesting dimensions. One, he gave examples from Himachal Pradesh, how it is, even before we thought this sustainability thing was fashionable, they went plastics, and it has gone even to the grassroots, like a taxi driver telling you that it will not be done, don't carry plastics. The other example which he gave was that the example of IPCL. It is what I think corporate organizations, some of you will be joining similar organizations, go through the entire chain. Don't stop at one level. He gave the example from Cancer Relief Society, which I did it as a student. That case it has been documented. The point which Professor Shefali is talking about, a lot on innovation dimensions. He gave the concept of 3C model. I'm sure that when the paper is ready or if it is available, we'll definitely share it with the students. And then Professor Prashant talked about the importance of, unless it hits you, the danger hits you, you're not going to respond. Today, one of my friends in Indian Staff Sciences, he works in the concept of urban flooding. And now, we have seen what has happened in, cities were not known for flooding in the 15 years back. Today, everybody is bothered about why it is happening and trying to investigate. Unless it hits you, you're not going to do it. So the danger is definitely there. But at our level, like what the example we gave from Bihar, and there are still many poor regions in the country where people, their normal life itself is sustainable. It might be age-old practice, but there are many things, pandemic has brought some of these things to the fore. So these are some things which we can do. And very interestingly, I have seen, there are social businesses, social enterprises, small-scale social enterprises have done a lot to sustainability. I can think of examples like Selco. There is even another organization which has tried to develop this spectacle frames using bamboo strips. These are all examples by which we can, small organizations are doing it. So I'm sure that more and more such initiatives will be there. And government definitely has a role in that because, guided markets. So it is not like a free-for-all. As Professor Jagdish said, yesterday I was reading a paper, I did some research for it. He said that it is not market-driven, but market-driving responses. So on that note, I would like to close. I'm sure that it is late for lunch for all the delegates as well as the students. Thank you very much.
Dear panelists, thank you for sparing your valuable time in sharing insightful thoughts and experiences. Your words are nothing short of extraordinary and noteworthy. I also thank the audience for actively participating in this discussion. I believe that this session has indeed turned out to be fruitful. These discussions are quite imperative for our future and the awareness of our current public so that there is enough knowledge spread about myriads of sustainable measures and practices We have officially come to the end of this discussion, and it is now time to move on to the tree plantation ceremony. As part of our commitment to sustainability and environment consciousness, our esteemed guests, Dr. Mithaleshwar Jha, Dr. Shafali Gupta, Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, Dr. Shubhashish, Dr. Phanindra will now participate in a special tree plantation ceremony. This symbolic act not only aligns with our theme of sustainable marketing, but also reflects our collective responsibility towards a greener and healthier environment. I invite all of you to join us for this momentous occasion as they plant a tree together. Let this gesture serve as a reminder of the role each of us play in promoting sustainable practices and contributing to the well-being of our environment. After a thought-provoking and insightful discussion, it's time for a well-deserved break. Post the tree plantation, I invite all of our distinguished guests, panelists and attendees to join a sumptuous meal at Santripti. Please take this opportunity to network, share ideas and engage in conversation that can further enrich our understanding of sustainable marketing and conscious consumerism. We kindly request everyone to reconvene here in this auditorium at 3 p.m. for the continuation of our second panel discussion. Your punctuality will ensure that we make the most of our time together. Now let us head for the tree plantation ceremony. Thank you.
Not only imparting knowledge, but also actively contributing to the academic and research objectives of the institution. Prior to this, Dr. Phanindra served as an assistant professor at Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani from July 2010 to May 2011, further solidifying his academic footprint. Dr. Phanindra's engagement with water resource extends beyond academia, having worked as a GIS and water resource specialist at the New Mexico Water Resource Research Institute in Las Cruz, New Mexico from May 2008 to June 2010. This role reflects his practical application of GIS in water resource management, with roots tracing to the initial academic role at GVP College of Engineering, Visakhapatnam from June 2003 to December 2006. Dr. Phanindra has demonstrated a consistent dedication to education and research in the field of civil engineering. I hereby request Gauri sir to welcome our guest with a floral bouquet. Dr. Tatiana Kvatova is a distinguished academic professional with a wealth of experience in the realms of innovation and entrepreneurship. Currently serving as a professor of innovation at Indus Business School since 2020, she brings a unique blend of academic expertise and practical business acumen to her role. With over 25 years of experience in academic research and teaching, coupled with a decades of hands-on business experience, Dr. Kvatova has established herself as a prominent figure in the field. Dr. Kvatova's extensive international engagement is reflected in her leadership of international joint doctoral programs and collaborative projects with strategic partner universities across the globe, including Australia, China, Germany, Finland, the Netherlands, and the USA. Her international footprint extends to Europe, Asia, Canada, and the United States. In 2012, Dr. Kvatova attained a postdoctoral degree in innovation management from St. Petersburg State University of Economics and Finance, Russia, with a thesis titled The Methodology of Building Adaptive National Innovation System in Interaction with Institutional Environment. Her commitment to academic excellence is further underscored by her PhD earned in 1999. Focusing on quantitative techniques and mathematic modeling from St. Petersburg State Polytechnic University, Russia, with a thesis titled Techniques of Robust Evaluations of Correlation, Outlier Detection, and Reprogramming. Dr. Kvatova's academic journey also includes a Master of Science in Management earned in 1997 from St. Petersburg State Polytechnic University, Russian American Graduate School of Management, in collaboration with the School of Management at the University of Texas in Dallas. Prior to her current position, Dr. Kvatova served as a full professor and the head of international PhD programs at the Higher School of Management and Business, St. Petersburg Polytechnic University from 2013 to 2020. Her management skills encompass a broad spectrum including academic and organizational development. Dr. Kwatowa's specific strengths lie in innovation, strategy, knowledge management, quantitative methods, and the convergence of IT and management. I hereby request PK Sir to welcome our guest with a floral bouquet. And guiding our discussion today is our moderator, Dr. Subhashish Roy, a distinguished personality with profound insights into the technological aspects of sustainable marketing. Dr. Subhashish Roy is a distinguished global researcher and research fellow at INTI, specializing in corporate social responsibility and innovative marketing solutions. Educated at prestigious institutions such as Harvard and Yale, he boasts a wealth of experience spanning 28 years in both corporate and academic realms. Dr. Roy's expertise transcends continents, influencing diverse markets from North America to Asia. As a dedicated advocate for sustainability, he has played a pivotal role in shaping inspirational managers and brands committed to the well-being of the planet and its people. Driven by a passion for teaching, he imparts his knowledge at institutions like Zaim Bhubaneswar and has shared insights on sustainability and marketing in 25 countries, including renowned universities like Yale, Harvard, and INSEAD. I hereby request Krishna Kumari ma'am to welcome our guests with a floral bouquet. Without further ado, I would request Dr. Subhashish Roy to set the stage for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you put the presentation, please? You have the pointer? Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Indus Business Academy, my respected colleagues, as well as my dear students sitting here for bearing with us professors from the morning. It's a real challenge in today's world to listen to somebody for hours, and they have been doing that, so a lot of kudos to you. And initially I thought I'll just talk, but looking at the majority who are very young students setting out on a managerial journey, I thought I will share some quick thoughts on the topic, technology and sustainability marketing, before we move on to the other speakers, and we would have a round of question answers. Feel free to answer or raise questions. So this is a picture. Any guess who is this guy? Elon Musk? No? Any guess? Virat Kohli? So his name is Maurice Wilson, and in 1921, he was hurt in the First World War and came back home in UK. And he was really clueless what to do because the whole life was ahead of him, but he was not fit for work. He had some pension that was not enough. So in 1921, he created a goal for his life to climb Mount Everest within the next 1.5 years. That was the highest known mountain in the world at that point of time. He said, let me do something which is worthwhile.
I climbed Mount Everest within 1.5 years' time. There are only two things that I have not told you. One is, he did not know climbing at that point of time, and he was dreaming of climbing Mount Everest. And his plan of climbing was, he will fly into the base of Mount Everest, somewhere in Nepal, and then climb up. When he made this decision to climb Mount Everest, he didn't even know how to fly. So I'll come back to him, but remember this aspiration to climb Mount Everest without knowing how to fly or how to climb. Let's come back to our topic of sustainability and technology. Any Apple users here, iPhone users? Raise your hand, please. I'll always get some hands among the students. So, this is a robot called Daisy. Any guess what it does with iPhones? Feel free to raise your hand and answer. A robot called Daisy does something with iPhones. Students at the back, wild guesses? Yeah? I thought somebody was raising hand there. So Daisy is a robot which actually disassembles old returned iPhones and recovers something called rare earth elements. All our phones have something called rare earth elements like cobalt, tantalum, and Daisy's job is to break these old iPhones so that Apple can use these rare earth elements without mining for fresh metals in very tough places like Congo. So that's one way of looking at technology and sustainability marketing. As you develop these technologies, the products become greener. So sometimes I call this as an inside-out approach. I still make a 80,000 rupee phone. I still do a lot of branding, but the core technology that drives these products is becoming greener because I'm reusing materials. Here is a completely opposite example of a brand called Fairphone. Any of you have heard about this brand? Nowadays, if people don't hear also, they can Google and raise their hands. That's what I see in my classes. So Fairphone is very interesting because they're exactly opposite of what Apple is. Fairphone phones are repairable. You can use them for 10 years. You can replace parts that are damaged. So that is a new type of a product developed on a new green technology. I call these sort of technologies as the outside-in approach. You create a new technology and as a result a new market. So I'll give you very quick examples of a few outside-in, inside-out, and then open it up for our next speakers. This is a product we all know and use and love, Lay's potato chips. What's the picture on the right telling us about the technology? Remember, our topic is technology in sustainability marketing, in case you have already forgotten. Sorry? Clue, Lay's is trying to be healthier by creating baked potato chips rather than fried potato chips. So what is the picture on the right? What is it trying to tell us? You want to try again? So you now need to change your manufacturing process. Instead of frying, you are baking. So in the morning, Professor V. Kumar was talking about B2B marketing. That's typically what he was talking about. Companies like Pepsi need to change their entire assembly process if you want to make Lay's a healthier option. Any of you in the room, particularly women, have heard about this brand called Liva? What does it do? What product is that? Apparel. What is the picture on the right tells you about technology and apparel and sustainable marketing? Somebody needs to weave these dresses that you call Liva. Liva is both a type of a fabric as well as a type of a dress. If I want to make these sort of dresses, I need to change the way weavers weave the clothes.
who are trained to work on cotton, I need to now train them in a new technology. So not just your operations like lace, but also your supply chain needs to change technically. Third example, picture on the left. Yeah, I had the right answer. Bullet train. And on the right, you will see the bullet train that India will have has so many features which are technology driven and green, like lesser noise, lesser pollution, but very interesting and not so easy to guess what will happen to the train after the end of life of the compartment. So Alstom is designing this train, and now we can actually reuse 85% of the train compartment after it is no longer usable. So a lot of technology is going when you talk about a product like a potato chips to a high-end product like a bullet train. Now we talk a little bit, couple of examples about the outside in. What are these products? So this is a company which has created cloth-based sanitary napkins. We have written cases and papers on them. But the point is, this is also a technology. So by technology, do not always assume Tesla and Samsung. Technology is also creating new things in new ways. So Ecofem is a company based out of a place called Auroville in Tamil Nadu. And they have created these beautiful products where a woman can use it for 5 years and not throw the sanitary pads into the drain and clog them or burn it and create carcinogenic fumes. So sustainable products using a technology. What is the green tech here in this picture? Many of you, I mean all of you are using laptops. If you're using a HP laptop, their entire keyboard is made of plastic. Can you, made of a material, can you guess source from where? Your HP laptop keyboards? Just take a wild guess. What is the source of that material? Very close, very good try. It's from marine plastic. So all the plastic that gets washed up on the seashore, HP employs hundreds of NGOs, primarily in North America, to collect them, process them, and create a material which is both technologically and performance-wise good, but also greener. So as a result, we have even in Bangalore concepts like Repair Cafe, where people are coming together and creating or repairing old products. In my mind, that's also a technology. If I can create repairing knowledge or repairing kits for everyday products like your mixer grinders or your TVs or washing machine, that could lead to a big change in the way we consume products. Just one point before I close is that this whole idea of technology-driven sustainability marketing, many of my colleagues have talked about how they can be achieved, but not all are success stories. There are what we call as valley of death. So two examples, the one on the left. Any guess from the picture, what is the product? Now you have Googled? Okay. So these are edible cutleries created by a retired scientist from ISRO. Fantastic concept. You eat your soup and then you munch on the spoon. Spoon comes in 3 flavors. Fail to raise fund. The example on the right is even more interesting. Any guess what is the business they are in? Israeli company called Better Place. What is the business we are talking about? Now the voices are getting louder. I like that. Not car wash, but definitely something related to the car. This guy first thought about creating a network of EV charging stations. The only problem was he was possibly way ahead of his time. He could not raise funds. The company went bankrupt. Today companies like Tata Power or Indian Oil are investing lots of money in creating these networks along our highways. So I just talked about 2 ways you can look at technology and sustainability marketing. One is outside in, keep the product same, business model same, change the underlying technology. And the second is create a new technology and a new product. Technology need not be very high-tech, could be even stitching a cloth pad for women, but also could be high-tech like Fairphone. So I'll end by the guy I started with. What's his name? Anybody remembers? Yeah, if I combine everything, you are right. Maurice Wilson. So what happened to Maurice Wilson? Who said he will climb Mount Everest without knowing how to fly and how to climb? What's the picture on the right? Is that Maurice Wilson? He got a life partner, okay? Good try. The picture on the left is Maurice Wilson, and what happened to him is not difficult to guess. He crash landed, he actually learned flying. He crash landed on the foothills of Nepal, tried climbing up 4 times before he died in a snowstorm. This was in 2022. The picture on the right is of the guy who first climbed Mount Everest, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. The message I want to leave you with is, in the world of technology-driven sustainability marketing, you will initially start with people like him, but ultimately end with people like them. Thank you. I open up now the floor for Professor Prabhu. Sir.
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. What I'll be focusing on today is I have been asked to talk about design thinking and the theme of the session for today. What perspectives can we bring from design thinking into the area of sustainable products and sustainable marketing? So design thinking, as you know, is something that has been taught in design schools, but not necessarily so much in engineering schools, but now it is picking up, and it's also taught in schools at the at the junior or mid school level. So this is seen as an important way by which you can think about products and services. So what it essentially involves is your ability to understand user needs from a in-depth perspective, in the sense that you really understand user needs in the way the users experience it, and that requires a certain way of interacting with users, being with users, and discussing their requirements with users, and then bringing that understanding into the development of the product through an iterative process where you come up with a very rudimentary prototype, check with users whether it makes sense for them, and keep doing this 2-3 times till you come to a product which actually clicks with users. Now, in doing that, there are a couple of things that the company which is working in this way, which is trying to implement a design thinking process, what they are also trying to do is to figure out whether the product that they are developing has a good fit with customer requirements, which is what the whole design thinking process is pushing you to do. It's not really something that where customers tell you what to do and you do it. It doesn't necessarily work like that, because customers don't necessarily know what they would like from the product. Okay. So once you give them the product, then they are able to comment about it. So the way it works here is you show a prototype, and then the customer is able to comment whether the product is suitable for their requirements or not. So one process that happens is the understanding of the user needs. But the other side of the other activity which happens there is what is the cost of doing that product, and is it a business viable product or not? So sometimes customers may want something that is not viable for the company to build. So simultaneously you are looking at whether the business can be viable based on this product, and if it is unviable, you'll have to find ways to reduce the cost to make it viable. So that's where the aspect of improving the design, reducing the use of materials, reducing the consumption of resources, all sorts of tools and techniques are used to reduce the cost, so that the product that you're trying to develop, which may have a good fit with customer requirements is also something that is viable to sell. That means you can be profitable when you sell it. At the same time, you also need to be sure that the product is technologically feasible, because a lot of times customers may ask for things which are technologically not feasible. So sometimes customers may state needs which are not immediately feasible, but it is also possible for you to keep track of such requirements, and as soon as the technology improves and it becomes a possibility, then you can implement it and immediately it will make sense to customers. So for example, a few years back, maybe 10, 12 years back, it was not possible to have an EV which ran for long distances. Electric vehicles were using lead acid batteries and they didn't have a good range. But today with the nickel, now the Leon batteries, it becomes viable to run an electric vehicle for a longer distance. And the battery size has become smaller, it has become less heavy, so therefore it's more viable to have a longer range. Now obviously this longer range was a requirement even 10 or 15 years back, but it was not possible to give it, and therefore companies could not provide what customers are asking for. But if you keep track of what customers are asking for, this is a very obvious one, but there may be some things which customers are asking for which may not be immediately implementable. But if you keep track of it, whenever the technology develops to a point where it's implementable, you can actually implement it. And if you're first in the market to implement a new idea based on a technology which has just been created, that can be a good starting point. At least you are first in the market, you have an advantage. By the time others realize, you already have a product in the market. So there are new technology which are being developed on a regular basis. The latest, for example, is some of these AI tools are being available almost for free. So there are a lot of opportunities to do things which earlier were desirable but not actually doable, but now it can be done. But in all of this, how sustainability works is because it can create a win-win situation, in the sense that for the company, doing something which is sustainable is also profitable, and it's not something that is forced on them by the government or by NGOs saying your business is not sustainable. So there are a lot of opportunities to do things which are sustainable and also profitable, and the whole approach is to see where both of them can be done simultaneously. And that's where there's a lot of possibility, and it's important to be able to stride across all of these. So you are looking at the technology, you're looking at the customer requirements, you're also looking at the business side and making sure all of them are balanced. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I will little offshoot and take only the half of the main theme of this panel, where sustainable technology. Because if you see, one of the preliminary division, or actually the engineering discipline that is actually predominantly associated with actually civilian community is civil engineering. And the way civil engineering, in terms of the materials or in terms of the design things and so on, it has been transformed from the age-old conventional practices to sustainable practices is tremendous. For example, if you see most of the buildings, you use the conventional material is actually the concrete. Concrete which is predominantly made of cement and sand, right? So the problem with the cement is actually, one is actually, the production results in a heavy carbon emissions. So that is, in that way actually it is impacting the environment. The other one, sand, is actually a natural resource which is predominantly degrading. So the way you need to achieve the sustainability is actually how to reduce the minimization of the conventional material, which people are very much familiar with, using much alternate materials. This is where the civil engineering domain is going on to achieve the sustainability. For example, the various, in terms of steel, which is again a further, the depleting material, what one speaker in the morning has said, carbon nanofiber materials are heavily being used, which has a high tensile strength and also more longevity, or the same way as a kind of a graphene. And various other materials which are actually produced from the waste are currently being used for roads constructions. Even NHA has approved, and the IRC codes, Indian Road Congress codes, has been revised to use the waste or the aggregates from the waste industry or crushed industries to be used as a replacement to naturally depleting materials. So, in terms of the sustainability, because being a civil engineer, pardon for me, I take a lot of civil engineering case of examples. Civil engineering being heavily transforming for the betterment of the society in terms of the replacement of the conventional materials with the novel, sustainable, long-lived, and also environmentally or eco-friendly materials. The first one. And in terms of the second one, even a lot of new technologies that minimize the environmental degradation in terms of the resources management is also happening in these days. For example, the sustainable water resources management strategies or sustainable agricultural management strategies. For example, these sustainable techniques from an engineering aspects, generally they are viewed as a two-part optimization, in the sense sometimes you have to improve one thing and at the same time on another side you have to minimize the consumption of the other. For example, if you want to practice some sustainable technologies in agricultural management, the objective is to improve the yield. At the same time, you should also minimize the resources. Could be water resources, could be nutrient resources. So, the sustainable management or sustainable achieving technologies doesn't need to look only in one way of actually improving the things that could be benefited for the end user, maybe in the terms of the marketing, maybe the consumer, but also try to minimize the consumption of the ingredients of the resources, like actually water. So we at IIT Hyderabad predominantly work in developing those technologies that could impart the benefit to the end user. Could be an agency, could be a water resource engineer, could be a farmer. At the same time, how best you can minimize the resource consumption, because these are the naturally depleting materials. So civil engineering again actually is one domain or one sector which can have a direct impact and large-scale impacts when such sustainable technologies have been implemented. Because actually, say in terms of the road construction, say in terms of any infrastructure development projects, so uses a huge amount of material which could harm through greenhouse gas emissions or through depletion of the resources. How best? Because point is actually using an alternate material in place of the conventional material could be a simple solution, but whether the strength properties are being maintained or whether durability properties are being maintained or whether the hardness properties, these yielding properties are all actually being maintained or equal to the conventional material or not, is actually one next level challenge, I should say, in terms of the technological advances. Because many times when we want to replace one technology with the other, so we should not only look in terms of how best it is eco-friendly or environmental friendly, but how best it can retain its original properties. That is, could be a strength properties, could be whatever with the durability properties and so on. So engineering is a discipline where generally they look more in the second aspect of the sustainability of how to develop the new technologies or how to develop a new material but still preserve their conventional or their original characteristics or properties or functionalities is actually what is where I should say the second level of sustainability has been looked upon. So I will be more happy to take up any questions more related to the technical aspects of this sustainable technology. Thank you.
I have a presentation. Okay, I would like to present our pilot research in sustainability domain, which I made together with my co-authors from different French business schools, from two other French business schools. And this is about how technology makes sustainability from customer perspective and what can encourage customers actually act in a sustainable way. The presentation is called Fighting Food Waste with a mobile application, the role of satisfaction and the ET-AET model. Okay, so what is the context of the research? IT technologies have changed user behavior and made many things possible, many new approaches to living, getting service, giving service, for example, telemedicine, fintech, educational technologies, and more. Coming closer to our topic, we are living in difficult times of climate change and many environmental problems, and that's one of the most important problems today. We have Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, and you know them very well, I'm sure. So circular economy can be a solution to many of these problems, and it provides us a strategy to pursue economic, societal, and environmental goals in environmental. So recycling waste, reducing costs, using resources more efficiently, offers opportunities to minimize food loss and waste. And we are coming closer to our research. What is actually food waste? According to HLPE report, food waste is food which is appropriate for consumption. And this is food being discarded by restaurants, cafes, or left to spoil, regardless of the cause. So this is food which can be used, but it's not used because there's no way to use it. So according to statistics, about 1/3, even more than 1/3 of the food produced in the world for human consumption every year gets lost, and it results in approximately 2.5 billion tons of loss. And food waste contributes in 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions. So it's one of the key industries which impacts environmental problems and climate change. So nowadays, due to IT technologies, customers are changing their behavior, and this research is about France. We connected the data in France. Customers want to change their behavior, and a lot of initiatives are bottoms up. They're coming from the bottom. Well, not only, the government also provided institutional background for such changes. For example, in France, in 2016, they introduced a new law, which called the Garot Law. It regulates food waste produced by restaurants, cafeterias, and other establishments like schools. So, and these newly initiatives, governmental and social changes in attitudes of people, provide a fertile ground for new social movements. So these movements are facilitated by ICT, by IT technologies, and many new app services are appearing. One of the examples is Olio app, which appeared in Norway. That was one of the first apps to fight against food waste. We are focusing on Too Good To Go, or TGTG app. It turned to be the largest social movement in Europe, according to the number of users and how fast it was spread. So the mission is to reduce food waste by offering everybody good quality food. So it acts as a platform. It makes food producers meet
users, okay? And we study, it's kind of social entrepreneurship, and we look at customer perspective. So what helps customer, what encourages customer to use this app? So the objective is to study what kind of factors, what kind of elements influence the intention to use the app from customer perspective. And we will apply a universal technology acceptance model. So it's unified theory of acceptance and use of technology. Sorry, I've been traveling too much today. So research question number 1. So which factors of this well-known model introduced by Venkatesh some 15 years ago, so which factors of this model predict at strongest the intention to use a mobile application for fighting food waste? Research question 2, what is the role of satisfaction in the intention to use the app? Good. I will not speak too much about methods, but of course I should speak about the model. The model is well established. It was introduced by Venkatesh in 2003 actually, and 2006, and then it was improved, it was enriched, and they continue to apply this model by adding different characteristics, different factors to the model. So it used to examine the personal context of technology, so personal attitude of people to technology, and includes 7 variables: performance expectancy, effort expectancy, habit, social influence, price value, hedonic motivation, and facilitating conditions. So this is standard. Well, we decided to add the factor of satisfaction as a mediator to the model based on a certain literature review. So satisfaction would depend on 2 aspects: satisfaction with the system quality, satisfaction with technology provided, and satisfaction of functionality of the given app. Okay, so according to this picture, we postulate that satisfaction is a mediator for performance expectancy and effort expectancy, and this all will positively impact intention to use. So intention to use is positively correlated with, positively impacted by social influence, facilitation condition, habit, hedonic motivation, and price value. This is our hypothesis, and we collected the data in France. We collected the data from customers by using Google Docs diffused on social media, and then we used PLS CRM software, and validated the questionnaire and so on. So we did all that. I'll be very short, and I'll just skip mathematical things and come to results. So research question 1 was, can we actually use a UT model for predicting the use of application to fight food waste? And we proved that yes, it can be used, and with a high quality, it predicts the customer intention to use the app. Okay? And we validated the impact of facilitating conditions, and the habit was the strongest impact, had the strongest impact on continued intention to use. So it means the more you use it, the more you would like to use it. And facilitating conditions means availability of technology. So if you can afford it, you have a right smartphone to upload this technology and so on. So we didn't validate the following impacts. So we didn't prove that social influence is important for using this app, and I will explain later why. Price value was not influencing factor, and hedonic motivation was not positively related to intention to use. That's I will explain later. Research question 2, we validated the influence of satisfaction. So satisfaction with the quality of technology and the functionality of technology on continuous intention to use the app. And also we proved that satisfaction has a very good, very positive mediation effect on performance expectancy and effort expectancy. Sorry. So the research it is a pilot research. Of course, it can be improved. It can provide We can do this research from the point of restaurants, cafes, and so on, and there can be very different factors. We can upgrade the model with more characteristics, and that's the positive aspect of UT model, because it can be upgraded and new factors can be added. So this is a pilot research which shows some possibilities and provide us managerial implications for several categories of practitioners. Category number one, social entrepreneurs who are looking for solutions for their businesses with the help of technologies, and who are looking what can actually encourage customers use their technologies, use their mobile applications. And then second, developers of mobile applications can pay attention to such things and see how they can use this model to provide better features for their products. And of course, understanding of how users perceive technologies can help the marketers of mobile applications communicate efficiently information about those applications and increase social movements. So, thank you very much for your attention.
So if there are any questions, please feel free to ask. Yeah. Maybe you want to use a mic. Can we pass on a mic to him?
Question is that, like you had shown the village, that is, currently we have seen that they are using the technologies that promotes the sustainable practices, but on the another hand, it creates contradiction as well. Like we have seen that they will market the product that promotes the sustainability, but we have seen that they will deliver the product. They are using drugs and all that increases the carbon emission as well. So it will create some contradiction. As a consumer, I am following the sustainable practices as well. So how to make a proper coordination between all the processes?
Yeah, this is a very good question, and I don't think I have it. So many people say that the role of marketing is to satisfy needs or, create greed. Then how can marketing be sustainable? So there is a debate, but a lot of scholars, including Professor Jagdish Seth, who gave a video message in the morning, they are saying that even within that paradigm, you can create better products. Like, for example, the example you gave of trucks. Now most of the companies are going for renewable fuel in the trucks. So if you know, for example, Flipkart or Myntra, their last mile delivery is through Ola electric bikes. So that's why I said it's an inside-out approach without really possibly answering the core question of what the existing business model or the marketing paradigm is asking the companies to do. But with that constraint also there are a lot of possibilities. You can create healthier products, you can talk about consumption habits, create awareness about what happens if you have too much potato chips. So I think most of the companies are doing that because that's easy to do without answering the bigger question that you asked.
My question is to Ganesh sir. Sir, it has been like we have technology, we have significant innovations resulting in sustainable practices. Like what Dr. Jha sir said today in the morning, what is sustainable today may not be sustainable in future. How would the design thinking aspect would help in reducing this paradox where what is sustainable today may not be sustainable tomorrow? We need to find a solution somehow. Will there be a kind or something which we need to look upon?
Yeah. So as far as I know, what is sustainable today, if it is understood as being sustainable today, can you hear? Yeah. Yes. So later on, if it is found to be unsustainable, that's something that we don't know today, right? So if it is that sort of a thing, then I don't see what can be done about it, because the knowledge does not exist at that point in time. What design thinking can do is to look at what is the current knowledge, the current requirements or requirements of customers, and try to find a good fit with that. And do it in a way where you are not over-designing the product, you are not creating unnecessary things which are not required or which are not essential. Those things can be eliminated because you have a better understanding of customers. But a lot of companies don't do that. So they create products which are over-designed or which have too many features which you do not use, or which actually create confusion for customers. So there is difficulty in using the product. So those are the areas where design thinking can make a difference in terms of creating products which are more aligned with customers and fit in the customer requirement better than what could have been achieved without that process being in place. But will it solve this situation? I'm not sure. But there are some technologies which we know currently are not really great, in the sense that, for example, EV. Now, electric vehicles using batteries, when batteries have to be recycled and that there is a high cost of it, and then you have electricity generation which comes at a high cost, where pollution is happening in some other locations. So some of those are not necessarily the best. But as of now, they may be better than what is being used. For example, in a city where petrol vehicles are used, the pollution will go up. But if the electric vehicles are used, the pollution in the city will come down. But pollution will happen somewhere else. Now that may be better than having excess pollution in the city. So it's a trade-off that is still viable. That's how the approach is. But is it completely better than previous technology? Maybe not. For example, if you're going on long distance travel with a petrol car, it's not a problem because you're going on in a place where there's not much pollution. You are going on a highway. There's enough clean air there, and whatever pollution you generate is getting dissipated. Those are the areas where maybe the petrol technology is better, but in the city, electrical vehicles are better. So we have to look at it that way. Right. It's not that electric vehicles for long distances is good. That's not necessarily good. Yeah. It may be petrol vehicles are better. So you have to look at it in that form. So in the US, they are looking at making trucks using EVs with batteries. That doesn't make sense. So they are going to the other extreme and saying everything has to be electric. That is not really a sensible way to do it. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ganesh sir has told, in a more technical sense actually, it's very difficult actually to tell upfront whether it is a long-living sustainable material in future or not. I completely agree to that one. There is one problem where actually in the New Mexico, there was a huge seepage loss from the river used to happen because actually the riverbed is so conducting. Sorry, I'm taking another complete outside marketing example. So then after a lot of investigations and all, they identified some plants called salt cedar, which actually arrests the seepage. So though it is not an indigenous, for that location they brought down from elsewhere and actually they have grown. But they have not anticipated that that is not long-living sustainable, because later on what is happening actually, the salt cedar, though it is arresting the seepage, it has created another major drawback of actually reducing the crop yield of the mainland crops. That they have not foreseen. So again, I add to that one, it may be very difficult actually to tell that whether what is sustainable today will keep remaining as a sustainable for tomorrow, or maybe so you need to check for an additional sustainable solution strategies, I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have a question to the panel, a general question. At the end of the day, sustainability is only a trade-off because it's not, we are not in a position to identify what's going to happen tomorrow. Obviously, we are only looking at today, looking at some trade-off. It may be a specific situation or more customized. Maybe for one place in India or maybe in Bangalore, in some place, this is going to happen. If we do this way, it is sustainable rather than doing the other way. It may keep changing from place to place. I thought this is, at the end of the day, it is more of a trade-off. That's what I thought. Your thoughts, please. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, it is a trade-off. I mean, it's not that we know every trade-off fully. Some trade-offs are difficult to calculate. Some trade-offs are difficult to even conceptualize. So we have to live within the trade-off that we can where we are aware of it and we can see what trade-offs are more sensible. But there is a possibility of looking at trade-offs which are not all that visible. So you can push the boundary a little bit and see if there are trade-offs which are not visible to the general public, but some research can help you identify trade-offs and then use those trade-offs to take better decisions. So that's possible.
Any other questions? Yeah, at the back. Can you please pass on the mic? At the back. Hello? Sir, my question is that we all know that the carbon percentage in the atmosphere is around 0.04, roughly around 0.04%. But till 20th century, it was around 0.03%. Hardly it went from 0.03 to 0.04. The thing is, even nature will produce carbon and it has impact of the carbon footprints. We rarely produce around 0.01 from 1900 to 2021 or 23. So is sustainability is the real word or just is the buzz, it is just for hype? I don't see anyone is really interested doing something for the sustainability or reducing the carbon footprint, because let's say companies are doing nothing, they are producing carbon footprints, and at the end, they are asking environmentalists something like that. They are asking for billions of rupees for reduce the carbon footprints, either for carbon zero or carbon negative. So they are asking for billions of dollars. So is it worth to invest in billions of dollars to just reduce 0.01% of the carbon footprint? Thank you. I'll try to give a business example of why it's important. So take a company like Tropicana making orange juice. Okay, where does the orange come from? From orange trees. And trees require a certain temperature and a climate to grow. Now, if you are having a climate change, essentially the temperature is becoming warmer, two things will happen. The growth of trees and the produce of oranges, both are going to be impacted. So what will you do as a business manager? You will try to see how do I counter that effect of climate change. Because if I don't get enough oranges, the prices of orange juice is going to shoot up and I'm going to lose my market position. So it's in the real business interests of companies like Tropicana or like IKEA to look at climate change as both as a risk as well as an opportunity. So what we can do, there are many answers to that. One answer is that can we grow oranges, same amount of oranges in a smaller patch of land, or in a type of land which is not suitable for growing oranges. So that's where your technology is coming in. So like that, if you look at most companies, particularly in their supply chain, in their value chain, there is an impact of increasing temperature. either prices of raw materials are increasing or not enough raw materials. That's why it's also a risk as well as a source of innovation. And that's the reason why companies are spending money. So companies are spending money. Many of them do not talk about it because they may be labeled as greenwashing, a very popular term, or as my friend asked there, people may be saying that you are still selling potato chips, but you're saying it's sustainable potato chips. Is it possible? So those are complicated questions. But the fact is most of the multinational companies are looking at this A as a risk and B as an opportunity. I don't know whether I could answer your question. Did that answer your question?
We only saw only 0.01% carbon increase in like 100 years, like where exactly the industrial revolution started. So is that only 0.01% increase?
That increase is, if it continues at the current rate, as per what is called as the IPCC report, that increase is enough to destroy the planet by 2050 if we cannot control the temperature rise within 1.5 degrees centigrade. So there is now sure scientific evidence that
the primary variable that is being affected is temperature, but there are many secondary variables like precipitation changes. Okay, so these are actually being indirectly affected through the changes in the temperature. So, for example, assume the current CO2 concentration in the air is approximately 450 or say so it's okay. So even a small fraction of increase of the CO2 will actually absorbs all the outward radiation. Obviously, it increases the temperature. Even 1 to 2 degrees temperature, as one of the things is said, agriculture they call it base and cutoff temperatures. If the base cutoff temperatures are being varied, the entire crop cycle in terms of the yield management. The second one is the precipitation changes. So intense.
So intense, high duration precipitations are predominantly resultant of the temperature changes because the convective actions will happen so fast in a localized area and quickly goes up and quickly results in a huge precipitation or flash floods. So the carbon increase may have a direct impact or effect on the temperature, but have an indirect impact on many other components like precipitation, crop yield, and so on.
Okay, so since Professor Ganesh has to leave, we will bring the session to a close. So thank you, Professor Ganesh, Professor Phanindra, Professor Tatiana, for very insightful comments. Would you like to have some closing comments? Yeah? Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks to you.
Thank you for this fascinating conversation about how technology is shaping the landscape of sustainable marketing practices. The integration of innovative technologies is not only revolutionizing how business operates, but also providing new avenues for promoting environmental consciousness. So, Ganesh sir.
I request Ramesh sir to honor our guest Dr. Ganesh Prabhu with a memento. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. I request PK sir to honor our guest KVV and Panindra sir with a memento. Now I request Janita ma'am to honor our guest Dr. Tatiana Kwatova with a memento. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I request Subhendu De sir to honor our guest Dr. Subhashish Roy with a memento. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. It is now time for paper presentation, which will be held in different classrooms at the academic block of IBA. We shall now head to our designated classrooms to begin the paper presentation. Our volunteers are always ready to be your assistants. Thank you.